data.
Consistency.
That didn't work. Why did that video
Uh-oh.
run so short? I'm literally already live because they cut the video short. That ticks me off. My
Uh-oh.
stupid stream deck.
What video?
We were supposed to be doing the thing, the Legends video.
This is how legends
Yeah,
are
that's what we
made.
talked about last
Well,
night. Although
just, you know,
What?
do
Yeah,
the thing.
yeah,
you know?
we'll just do the thing. For some reason, this
We're doing it
torch-
live.
We're doing it live
Well, I
now.
still got the video. Yeah, I still got my
Yeah,
video
I'll see on my
playing. And
stream
the
they're
room is
looking
up,
at
by the way.
looking at you in the dark because they can't see you.
I know. Don't worry, my lights will come up momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, professional streamers hard at work. Please wait.
Yes. This is Zath After Dark. Here, let me manually turn my lights on for you.
No,
How's that
no,
sound?
no,
Is
no,
that
no, no.
better?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh
Look,
my god, it's so bright.
it's fine.
Hold
It's
on.
fine. That's what I get for not. That's like the one thing on the setup I didn't test last night was I haven't used this timer in about a year. I wonder if it still works. And of course, like a dumbass, it doesn't work for some reason. Okay.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm live now. And
There we go. All right.
Yeah, we
Maybe-
can see both our talking heads.
That's right. Do you want to back up and do like an official like, oh look, let's actually do the intro thing?
No.
Oh, that's the one thing I don't suck at in this. Come on, man.
Now, I think I need to turn my lights up so I can be pasty like you.
You should. Well, and I'm working off of the joys of Elgato, meaning that I'm gonna have to like reinstall this thing because I can't turn mine down. So
Uh-oh.
yeah, used to I could tweak the auto white balance and everything right on this thing, but like the Elgato camera software has crapped itself and it just doesn't let me do it anymore. There's no reason. There's no rhyme or reason to it anymore. It just makes no sense. So I'm.
Good old Elgato, man.
Now I guess I could sit here and tweak the lights, but at this point, man, it's too damn early. I don't care.
Yeah. No, I hear you there. So, chat, welcome. This
Hi,
is
guys.
Warship Masters. Is it invitational, international?
We're
It's
gonna
kind of
call
both
it.
eyes.
I don't know. They took the eye away, right? When this tournament began, what 4 years
Yeah.
ago, 3-4 years ago,
Yeah.
it was originally called the Warship Masters Invitational,
Right.
and then somewhere
Which is
along
an
the
international tournament.
which is an international tournament, and then somewhere along the way they started calling it international, and then now they've just completely dropped the I altogether. Now it's just Warship Masters, which I guess
That's
sounds
right.
more regal or something. I don't know. I don't make this. I just roll with it. I don't make this stuff up.
I mean, guys, we're just here, just like all of you guys. We're here for our drops. That's
Yeah. Actually, I'm here for the caffeine is what I'm here for because
caffeine.
OMG, it's early, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome in. Here in
Yeah,
the
seriously.
central U.S., because Zath and I happen to coincide at the same time zone. It is not quite 7 a.m. Like we are still shy of 7 a.m. And all you poor people on the West Coast, I pity you. I don't know what you're doing out there because it's not
I
even.
salute
It's,
you.
it's 4:40 something in the morning. What are you doing? Crazy. Go back to bed.
also known as but early o'clock.
That's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it. Well, guys, welcome in. We're glad you're here. Zath, you and I have not worked a boats tournament together since last King of the Sea. It's been almost a year.
It has been almost a year, and that's one of the reasons I was so excited. I was talking to chat yesterday when I was streaming. Guys, we're bringing back the crew.
Yeah. Well, the schedule finally
So
works,
excited.
right? These guys, I get so frustrated. I have to plan stuff out so far in advance, right? Like my calendar now fills up 10 to 12 weeks out. And a lot of times I don't get dates for Warships events until 6 to 8 weeks out. And it's like, by then I probably have stuff already on my calendar. Like I don't want to back out on it, or in some cases I can't back out on it. So it's like, sorry. And so I've missed out on a couple of team leagues, and I've missed out on you did Trident Trials, which was back in June.
I was the only one.
Well, you weren't the only one.
On NA, I was the only streamer casting Trident Trials. On EU, there were like 5 of us.
Okay. So I suppose it's been a hot minute since you and I talked about all of this. Where are we at? Is this the first or the second year they've done the whole qualification system for King of the Sea? The second year, right? They've gone through the qualification setup for King of the Sea.
Yeah, this is the second year officially that they've done all this. Yes.
Okay. And so we know that clan battles is worth points to qualify for the big event in the fall. We know that this event, the Warship Masters tournament, is worth points. Your finish here, how you place here, is worth points to qualify for King of the Sea in the fall. Was the Trident Trials was part of King of the Sea, part of that point system as well?
It's a little shaky on that. A little unsure because they didn't officially. I don't recall them officially saying something about it. It was more of a one-off test kind of thing. Can we take ships? Can we make them stupid busted and call them tournament edition and just let the people play with them? Is essentially what it was. They took the Odin at tier 8, the Borodino at tier 8, and let people play with those and tweak the heck out of them.
They were like,
and the Kleber as well.
They were like OP, like broken.
Oh, ridiculous. Like,
and I'm kind of sorry I missed
tournament
this.
Edition. It was wild to watch. People were taking Odins. They gave Odin like a super heal and like amazing secondaries and an engine boost or something like that too. And it just like they did all kinds of crazy stuff with those different ships. And it turned out to be, well, it was one of those, like, if you're a really good player and you can handle just about every ship out there, then that was the tournament for you, right? Because you got to play with new stuff and see what happened. If you are newer to the game or only know a few of the tier 10 ships, all of a sudden, you're shoved in with these other boats that behave differently than you're used to. It threw so many people off. But it was fun.
Okay, fun. I mean, fun is the point of the exercise, right? Like, if you're not having fun, then why are you here? Speaking of fun, Zath, let's talk about what's going to happen today, right? Because today we're back to Warship Masters. Now, Warship Masters is an invite-only event. This is going to be 32 teams, 8v8. Sorry, not 8v8. 7v7, right? Typical 7v7. 7v7. 8 teams from each server region. So you've got 8 from NA, 8 from Europe, 8 from Asia, and 8 from China. We've been doing the China thing for a while. And so we have 32 teams, and they're in 4 groups. And today and the early part of tomorrow is just straight round robin. Everybody's going to play everybody else in their group at least once. And this format is still bizarre to me, Zath. Best of 2.
So the whole point for today is, as you said, it's the top 8 teams from each region based off of clan battle metrics, just so everyone's aware how that works. And then the thing is that, yes, you gain points for today. That's all it's about, is points. You want to get as many points as possible because if you look at the playoff bracket, the winner's bracket is only 8 teams. So what that means is you have 8 teams in the loser's bracket, it seems, as well, that get filtered in. So we're going from essentially 32 teams down to 16 starting tomorrow with the playoff bracket.
Right, because the top 2 teams, or the top 4 teams, the top 4 teams out of each round robin group will advance. 2 to the winner's bracket, 2 to the loser's bracket. So first and second move up, and third and fourth moved down, as such as it is.
Correct. So today is all going to be best of 2. We're going to do 5 rounds. And then tomorrow is going to be a little bit wild because tomorrow we finish with 2 rounds of best of 2.
And then straight into...
we begin the playoffs.
Right. It's very, very odd. But that's where we're at. And they have to do it this way, guys, because of the spread of the event, right? We're starting crazy early here on NA. But it's already like late in the evening for the guys on the SEA, the Asia, and the Chinese server. So, in fact, hang on a minute. I have a fancy app for that. Just because I'm curious. I don't have Beijing on here. But yeah, it's already 8 o'clock at night in Singapore. So they're 13 hours ahead of us. So this is
It is currently 8 p.m., in Shanghai.
Yeah, so it's this very narrow window that all the teams can be, nominally available, unless you live in Alaska or Hawaii. Rip those guys. For that 4 to 5 hour window every day. So they have to spread the tournament out over several days because there's only a very narrow window that everybody can play in.
Right, exactly. So with 5 minutes to go, I think it would be a good idea to tell everybody why they're here.
Yes,
right?
let's have a look at that.
And most of you guys are here because of, frankly, the drop system, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So there are special drops each day of the tournament. So today has their unique drop. Tomorrow's got a unique drop. Next Saturday, unique drop. And finally, Sunday. The finals has a big drop. So today you've got a chance at getting some containers or some free XP. Woo! Or maybe signals. I think that's a signals container.
I mean, every little bit helps, you know?
Every little bit helps, and it's free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff? So that's all good stuff. Tomorrow you can get a special British commander and the paid actor flag. One of my favorite flags in the game.
That paid actor flag is genius. I need to start using it more.
I use it in almost all of my ships.
That is a great flag.
Next weekend is the big one because Saturday, if you look carefully, if you squint hard enough, you can see a 0.5% chance, 0.5% chance at getting 2 dockyard phases and saving some doubloons.
Yeah.
Yes. So some of you are going to walk away with a free Laffy, assuming you've been doing all the missions.
Well, you say free. Only 2 phases is not a free Laffy, but 2 phases is a little easier to get to that Laffy.
Yeah.
Every time I say the word Laffy, Zap, I want to
say it.
I want to say Laffy Taffy. Why do I want to say Laffy Taffy every single time I say that? That's so irritating.
Because
for reasons. And if you don't own, and most of you probably don't own Laffy yet, but let me tell you, as an American destroyer enjoyer, Laffy is amazing. So yeah,
she's pretty fun with the heal and the rate of fire. The only thing she's kind of lacking is those torpedoes with the range. But other than that, she's got a lot of tools. And plays very differently from Gearing.
What I love about Laffy, Zath, is she lives up to the name, right? The moniker, the ship that wouldn't die. That thing is so hard to kill when it's played well. It is chef's choice. It is so much fun.
And for those of you that haven't finished the dockyard yet, there's an amazing video awaiting you. If you haven't seen it yet,
I haven't seen
it yet, Raptor?
I have not.
So one of the things that I usually do, I try to do, is I go on the public test and I record the animations and stuff like that.
Look at
so
you.
that I have that out there. And so on my channel, if you don't mind me pimping it for a second, on my channel, I've got the Laffy Dockyard construction, and it includes the videos that are in there. If you remember the most recent one, the Blue Hair, they put together a video of it going and attacking that was it Swiss or Norwegian fort? I can't remember exactly which one, and then like blowing up, massively. And so Laffy, they've got some amazing clips in there from history, of course, from the kamikazes and all the anti-air and everything like that. It's really fun to watch. And sadly, you can only watch it once, unless you record it like me. So,
so wait, normally with the dockyards, you can replay that video. There's not a functionality in the dockyard that lets you replay it again. Oh, that's really sad.
Not that I saw on the public test. It's a possibility that there is the ability to replay it on the live server.
Okay.
But I did not see it on public test. And I totally don't know of any Discords, Raptor, where the video has been posted.
Okay. Okay. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. I'm going to try something here. Let's see if I can make this work or if this messes you up. Nope. Okay. Perfect. Excellent. No, I won't get into the technical stuff. Nobody else cares but you, and it's not relevant. So we're at. So, okay. So there's your drops for the weekends, guys. So today, of course, you've just got a good chance at some varying loot. Tomorrow, the special commander. Possibly next weekend, a very small chance of that cool Iowa camo or the dockyard missions. And then, of course, the very last day, that fancy camo for St. Vincent. So there's all of that. Now, let's look at, Zath, I am behind the times. I have not started up my little helper and everything else and gotten all that plugged in. Yeah, no, let me get that done.
So while you're doing that, let me just quickly explain to people the way the tournament is set up. That's different from King of the Sea and others. Is while there are bans and stuff, there's also a point system. So ships have a unique cost in points to take out in field. Ships that are considered to be maybe a bit overpowered or at least stronger in a competitive environment. Like for example, Cristoforo Colombo is 28 points. Teams have 7 players, and within those 7 players, they have to make up 100 points. So there's a special points list You need to. It's easiest if you just go and look for yourself at the rule set. It's WOWS/WM25. I've got the link in my chat there. But just go to the rule set and pull up the point values and look for yourselves if you guys want. But Hildebrand, of course, at the top of the cruiser list. I said Colombo, destroyers, Gdansk and Harugumo, Gearing, Summers, and Yu Yang are all at the top of the list for destroyers, as you would expect.
One of the things that I love about this list, Zath, is because for years in King of the Sea, we had banned ships that were banned, like ships that were no longer available to the wider general public. You couldn't play in King of the Sea. Now, some of that has changed, I think, since they've gone to the press account system. But for this tournament, because everybody's working on a press account, they've had to assign point values to literally everything. So even ships that, you know, you haven't seen in big competitive play in years, like Summers, are available to these teams if you're willing to invest the points. And you've got, it's 7v7, and you've got 100 points to play with. So what does that work out to? About 16, 17-ish points a ship? Am I off? 15? No, a little less than 15.
No, you're right. And that's part of the reason the majority of these ships are around 15 points.
Right.
There are some that are really cheap. The last iteration, we saw a lot of people taking Elbing, for example, because it was the cheapest destroyer that could be brought. You're going to see some teams min-max the heck out of this. They're going to take a Cristoforo Colombo, and they're going to bring a whole bunch of Kitakamis, which are 8 points.
Min-maxing is the name of the game, in my opinion, right? Like, because you have to eke every little bit of combat power out of your 100 points that you think you can get.
Correct.
And what I was, I've got the slide up on my stream here where I was kind of messing with this last night, was my chance to kind of, for the first time, really absorb some of these point values. There's some kind of sweet spots on this chart, some things that I think are well worth the points. I look at Daring at 13 points, for example, and I remember thinking, that's completely reasonable. That's a great ship. And not outrageously priced at 13 points for a ship that comes with heals and the single-fire torpedoes and everything else. Like, there's a lot to like there. Well,
and Tromp is a good choice as well, and she's quite cheap. On the cruiser side of things, the Howden Lu at 11 points. I'm surprised it's the same. It's actually cheaper than a Sevastopol Raptor. Cheaper than a Sevastopol. Why would you take a Sevastopol?
Why would you ever take Sevastopol? That thing is terrible. Just no.
And at the very bottom of the cruiser list, we've got Test Ship Zhao at 11 points, Colbert at 10. John
That's
the Ruthless
insane.
Would be salivating.
I was going to say, we are 100% going to see Colbert's today because of how cheap that thing is. There'll be a whole lot of people that think they can do what he can do with that thing.
Yep. Below that is Austin at 9 points, and like I mentioned, Kitakami at 8. And worthy to note, the cheapest battleship is 17 points. So basically, I think we're going to see a lot of cruisers. You might even see some zero battleship comps because of how expensive the battleships are.
If memory serves, we saw some zero battleship comps the last time we did this event, so that would not shock me in the slightest.
That's right. That's right. So again, guys, it's a best of 2. I'm going to put my little... Oh, that's weird. I had the map rotation up, but I guess it didn't save from last night, so that's fun. Is it North or Northern Waters we start with?
We're starting on North, and then Game 2 was on Northern Waters. The teams are here, and they're readied up, so we were probably going to be on our way very shortly, I have to believe. Yeah, we're all there. And looks like our ref is going to drop this game, so let's get this thing started. There we go.
Just a quick reminder to everybody, we are on a 5-minute delay. If there's ever any issues that we need to fix, please tell us so we can get it fixed.
Yep. But also remember, there will be a delay in getting it fixed.
Exactly. 5 minutes is an eternity when there's something wrong, guys. Trust me on that one.
That's true. Well, Zath, it's almost like you were prescient talking about the lack of battleships. Let's go have a peek at this, because there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of the day. And already we're seeing our first lineup that is Sans Battleship.
That's right. That's right. We've got, well, let's talk about HSR, who did bring a battleship. They've got their Schlieffen with, oh boy. Okay, so that's not Lutyens. That's the other one. I can't remember the exact commander name, with the buffed consumable specialist and vigilance. Interesting choice for a Schlieffen there. There's your Colbert we talked about, and a Howden Lu with unique upgrade, an Henri, a Stalingrad, because who needs a battleship when you can take that thing?
Seriously.
A Kleber with unique upgrade, and a Vamp Deuce in the house. Tell us about AAO.
I do like Vamp Deuce. Let's have a quick look at the south side. Oh my God, Zath. We were just memeing this ship, and there it is. We'll start on the left here. Black Blueberry. Oh, that's going to mess me up. In a Svea. nice little low detection radar cruiser, light cruiser guns. There's our Sevastopol. Madre de Dios, why would you do this to yourself? Okay. Imark's got bigger balls than I do, so let's run with that. On his starboard side, Orca in a Castilla. Fairly standard build there. And Nicey in a Howden Liu running unique upgrade. We'll talk about what that means in a moment. Triple destroyer lineup here for AAO. Esgara and a Smolland headed to sea early. Okay, nothing particularly unusual about that build. Simply Cat and Adelny. This is another ship we're going to see a lot of today. The Asia teams in particular love them some Delny. And then let's have a quick look at the one destroyer going left. That's Andy's Shimakaze. Unique upgrade. Other than that, very standard torpedo-centric build there.
Sounds good. Chat coming in from 5 minutes ago. Laffy is for free if you do get the 2 phases, apparently.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. In other words, everything else added together on top of that, all of it adds up. Got it.
Yeah, you got to do your missions. But yeah, so Howden Liu unique upgrade gives it an extra charge of its fun Dutch oven planes that can, drop forth bombs from the heavens. Hallelujah. And you give up, of course, some DPM with a reload module or range. But hey, Howden Liu is a good choice if you want to park someplace and bomb somebody else that's parked someplace.
Indeed. I think we're going to see a bit of early contact here. Simply Cat's Delny going to come around the corner and don't quite catch a glimpse of Yami's Clobert, but that's going to change here in just a moment. Presumably Yami going to keep going around this island, and that should put him... Man, he is really alone out there, Zath. And there we are. Everybody lit. Now, you said this was unique upgrade Clobert, yes?
Yes.
So he is a little stealthier than the average Clobert, but very much not on the gunpowder. Yami in a bit of a pickle here. He's going to have to turn back to avoid this island, and he's losing a ton of HP early here.
Well, that's the problem with unique upgrade Clobert, is it helps you get closer, takes care of your concealment problem, but you lose a lot of your DPM. You lose a lot of your main battery reload. So, yeah, it can also get you in trouble quicker, too.
It can indeed. Simply Cat losing a little bit of HP, but Delny doesn't mind that so much with her heal. Neither does Smolland. So a nice early denial of the Clobert push over here on the 10 line. And, of course, being this cap configuration of North, we're going to see a lot of action along the 10 line.
Yeah, it's, this cap config, you typically see a lot on 9-10. It used to be that teams loved to go 2-3 line, but that hasn't been the case for quite some time, Raptor.
Nope. Sevastopol taking what could have been a good shot at Caddy Schlieffen, not really coming up with anything there. As the Howden Liu bombs begin to fall on Scott's Stalingrad. Good hits there.
Yep, and Scott does use a defensive anti-air to try to swat away some of those planes before they can drop bombs.
There we go. A much better hit from the Sevastopol there into the Schlieffen's bow. You aimed that one a little farther forward, I guess, not getting pins on the deck. I mean, not getting pins through the belt.
For those of you guys who don't know Sevastopol, she's got a heal, but it's a unique heal. It is a slow tick, long duration heal. So you have to train yourself to use the heal pretty much as soon as you start taking damage.
Yeah. It's a very, very slow burn heal, a very awkward thing to use. And
not sure.
Go ahead.
Not sure why HSR is shoving their Howden Liu forward right now.
I'm not sure either. Okay. He's trying to get... I think he was trying to get into the cap here. Yeah, looks like they're trying to sneak him through this gap, and he's going to make it. It cost him a bunch of his HP here.
Yeah.
Now, Sevastopol, if memory serves, these are basically Siegfried guns, right? Like the...
Yes.
Okay, which Siegfried is an excellent ship. Those guns are crazy accurate for the German 15-inchers, but, man, that heal is so weird to play with. Now, I don't know about you, Zath. I've kind of been ignoring the one line, but have a peek. Arona's Vamp Deuce just getting absolutely wrecked over here.
Well, that's the advantage of the Svea, right? She can smoke herself and she can radar anything that's detecting her. So as soon as she gets detected, pop up the radar, bam, and, well, you can see the result of that. Arona actually now burning 7 seconds till DCP.
Yeah, Perseus busting. No, it's not. Perseus busting out the AP and getting a good salvo in there on Black Svea, but it's the early kill here on HSR's Vamp Deuce over on the 1 line that's going to flip the score.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, one of the things
advantage to AAO over here.
Very much so. One of the things that you can kind of see on our overlay system. Shout out to Wargaming for the mod makers for getting this set up. The point values of the ship are shown in the HUD, right? You can see the ship name, the captain, the nation, and all that sort of thing, and then the point values. And I've always loved this part of this tournament, Zath, because it's something unique to Warship Masters, and it's also something interesting to think about of, what is a ship really worth? What is it that drives the value?
Well, and it speaks to the fact that this game is obviously not balanced around competitive environments.
No.
And so that's the idea behind the point system, is to try to balance it without banning ships outright, which, hey, starting tomorrow, I believe there are some bans once we get to the playoff bracket.
Yes, sir. Correct. Full court press here from HSR coming down the 8, 9, 10 line.
Nice hit from the Henri, their little busters on Nicinator's How and Lou.
Well, it's about to be another one.
Up and he's just got to absorb all of this. Yami, I don't agree with Yami's decision to come out, but okay.
Yeah, I feel like this is a big risk. He's going to get away with it, but I don't know that I would have made that play, but that's HSR's first kill. Lead flips back. They're up about 100 points here. Plenty of time on the clock. As Imark Sevastopol trying to hold the door closed here and keep the Stalin and the Howlnu from just free reigning through this cap.
Hodor, I see what you did there.
He's definitely trying to hold that door closed, but, I mean, his heel's ticking, but the problem is eventually that heel will be out and he'll be left with a gap that he can't manage and heal through necessarily.
Well, right, and it's 30 seconds left for his heal, so it's gonna he might even take enough damage while the heal is going.
Yep.
So we'll have to see what happens with him there.
AAO
training room.
Go ahead.
Training room, you can't use OPs off. I mean, you can, but you don't get his any of the talents from the legendary commanders.
Yeah. AAO holding. Pulling the Castilla, the Delny back down to the bottom corner, kind of threatening this HSR swing around to pressure the Sevastopol's position. Caddy on fire, still 5-6 seconds away from another heal. That'll be coming in shortly. Hydro up and ticking. He'll see these torpedoes from Esger's Smoland here and be able to dodge those. But it looks like Yami's going for another run, another torpedo charge, Zath.
Yeah, and we haven't talked about this, but Scott's Stalingrad is also quite low.
Yep. All right, Sevastopol knows this is coming. The guns are waiting.
Torpedoes on Caddy.
Oh, he knew those were coming. Oh, my goodness. That feels like a huge unforced error there. Kleber's going to finally pick up the Sevastopol. Each team losing a ship, and the lead continues to grow here for HSR.
Caddy started turning away with his rudder when those torpedoes were detected, so he just didn't have any time to react to them. Very well-placed torpedoes by Esgera Smoland.
Andy Shimakaze making the loop now into A, threatening HSR's backfield a bit here.
Still, I like how they're taking Black Blueberry and relocating him to B.
Yeah, it's not going to do him any good where he is now. It's still a very, very small health advantage here for HSR. They've traded a tremendous amount of health to make this flip around push down the 8-9 line. They've made it work, and so now it's a question of, can they sustain it? Can they carry this through? They need to clear Orca Powers Castilla down here on the bottom of the map. The Henri trying to make this happen. That's Little Busters.
Yeah, I always talk about this when I do replay analysis. If you're kiting away, you kite to the corner because you drag people to the corner.
Yep.
Actually did a replay yesterday where somebody won because of that.
Buster's doing a great job of not allowing himself to be baited that far out of position. He can no longer see Orca. Orca down there, I can't see the timer there. 50, 60 seconds from a heal, his last heal on 1,200 HP.
And Buster has no idea he's that low. That's the crazy thing right now. He's going to watch this later and say, why didn't I just come out?
Yeah, no vision. but for the moment, that Castilla is as good as dead. The trick is he's not dead, and those points are still worth something. Yuzura's Howden Liu in trouble over here.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now. This is looking spicy here.
He's got a heal tick in, but it's going to be out shortly. And, of course, Howden Liu burns like a battleship.
Yep.
Like a Stalingrad. The super heavy cruisers tend to burn fairly long. All right. Stalingrad radar coming up here at A, trying to push the Shimakaze out.
Yep. Perseus saying thank you.
Perseus
and opening up.
Perseus very excited for the possibility to kill this Shimakaze that has been torturing him. But it's Scott that picks up the kill. Now, Perseus is turning, like, he sees these coming. He's got to find a gap here. I see the gap he's trying to make.
He's got it. He's got it.
He does have it.
Woo.
Whew. Close. Little butt pucker moment there. Ooh, Uriza trying to retreat his Howden Liu through the gap here in the middle of the map. I don't think he's going to make it. He's going to burn down. They're going to bag these points at the same time they recoup the A cap. But game one looks, at this moment, like it's going to go to HSR, Zaf.
1 minute, 20 seconds to go. Little Busters is in trouble in the Henri. He's using his very last heal right now. Running away from Simply Cat's Delny. I think he'll be okay. It's just a question of fire RNG, because he's currently DCP down for 30 more seconds.
Yeah, he's got to live. He's got to live 60 seconds. He's now down to 7K. His heals are gone. He can't put this fire out just yet.
He's blowing on it.
He's trying. Yeah, he's trying to get to hardcover. I think they're going to get him, Zaf.
Yes, they are.
They're going to get him.
That's a time extension that AAO desperately needs.
Big time extension for AAO. Frees the C cap back up for them, but I don't think they can get there in time. 1:20, and the closest ship is probably the Smallland. And he's
Asgara Smallland, yeah.
I don't know, about 10 clicks out, and the Delny, I don't think there's any way the Delny gets there in time.
Yep. So 1 minute to go.
I have to see.
Question of
feels like HSR down a ship, but it feels like all they have to do is just hold, and they'll be okay. The Castilla and Delny team, the Castilla and Delny team going all the way down to J10 feels like that bought them some time, but I don't think it's going to be enough, because even if Simply steps on to C, I think the B cap is going to tick him out.
I like Scott's use of the radar right there.
Yeah,
just
I do too.
Safety, double check. Is there anything out there? All the radars going, all the consumables going, because you know you've got 20 seconds left until game's over.
And they're about to pick up this Smallland. Now, Yami could fire his guns. He has 0 damage. Well, it can't have 0 damage. The mod is picking up 0 damage, but they can see Asgara now. They know exactly where he's at.
He's done 0 damage.
Yeah.
Yami has not damaged a single thing.
We know that's wrong, because he smashed 2 ships with torpedoes. He has 2 kills.
That's correct.
So I think the mod's just not tracking that for some reason. But there it goes. HSR claims game 1 here. Ta-da! Look at that. A very traditional play on North, Zaf, but sometimes the old ways are the best ways.
Very true, very true. And yep, you're right. Yami with 2 kills and somehow 0 damage. Lol. All right, well. It's the epic kill stealing, right?
Indeed. All right, well, we'll be back for game 2 in just a minute. This best of 2 thing feels really weird, guys, but the reality is everybody is playing everybody else in their group 2 games, and it's a matter of just get as many wins as you can out of those 14 games. And then
that's right, get as many points.
Get as many points as you can, and then that's all you're going for to try to move on to day 2. Now, try to move on to the playoffs, excuse me. Now, Zaf, let's talk.
Just
go.
Real quick, before we start talking, we do have a 5-minute delay, and unfortunately, we also have to deal with ad management and stuff like that over on Twitch. So I'm going to run mine right now, get it out of the way. That way you guys aren't missing anything.
Nope, that is a good call. I need to snooze mine.
Oh, God.
There we go. Okay, and then I'll catch it when it catches up over on Twitch. Let's talk briefly about our own giveaways, Zaf, because we're running stuff in our own channels today as well.
Yeah, so we have two different types of giveaways going on. We've got our more signals container, and we also have coal that we are getting rid of.
It's right. So we have a few codes that Wargaming gave us specific to the event, and then of course, I don't know about you, I've got all of my various stuff supplemented with my own community contributor stuff that I'm trying to clear up and get rid of as well. For my part, guys, I do my giveaways on Discord. I do not do them in Twitch chat. So in between games in Twitch chat, you'll see one of my mods. I'm pretty sure it's 4BF today. Is helping me out from his position in the Middle East. It's afternoon for him. Bless that man. But he is he's doing the Lord's work today, helping me manage giveaways. But you have to join my Discord. So if for some reason you don't have that link, you're not a member, type _Discord in my Twitch chat. There'll be a link that pop up. You can click that. It'll take you to my Discord, and there's a giveaways channel in there. And during all 4 sessions of this tournament, in between games, you'll see giveaways pop up in that channel. And then you can just enter by just literally responding to the posts as they come up. It's very easy.
Right, and on my channel, all you have to do is be a follower and active on Twitch, and I'm using this wonderful bot that just yeets out codes to people, so you'll just get messaged a code for being here as our way of saying thank you.
Wait, you have something that does this automatically now? That's cheating.
Yeah.
You have to share this wizardry with me.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's using a program called StreamerBot, and it's using code from our favorite googly-eyed community contributor, Painzer.
Painzer does seem to be what's the word I'm looking for? Astute is not what I'm trying to say. What am I trying to say?
Wise in the way of the code.
Well-versed. Well-versed. Let's just call it well-versed in the ways of these things. Yep, exactly. So, Zath, I think it's interesting, right? For our first game today, we're not seeing, so far, I mean, it's only one game, but we talked about the point system. Nobody really taking any big risks there, right? The most expensive ship on the field that we saw was the Schlieffen at 21 points. And then, of course, we saw everybody getting good work out of basically everything else out there. The Svea was worth 19 alone, which is a wild for a little tiny light cruiser that only has 7 guns, but she's a good boat if you've never played a Svea. That's a good boat.
You saw how useful she was in that last battle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That was the decisive thing. The ability to radar out the Vamp Deuce and take it down was critical.
Yeah. I mean, it turned that whole flank.
So, yeah. I was gonna say, it still led to a loss for them, but still, like, that's not his fault.
No, I was going to say, that wasn't, the team lost, but it wasn't that ship's or that player's fault. That's absolutely correct.
Yep. We saw Sevastopol, we saw an Henri, we saw the Han Liu. Like we commented on, those are all very cheap. Colbert as well.
I can't believe we saw Sevastopol, Zaf. I can't believe we saw Sevastopol. That just blows my mind. I mean...
Yeah, it happens.
So, let's talk about that ship for a minute, right? If you guys are familiar with Tier 9 German Premium Siegfried, okay? Siegfried is basically a supercruiser with the same gun configuration of Gneisenau, the Tier 7 German battleship. She has 6 380mm 15-inch guns that are arrayed in 4 barrels forward in 2 turrets, and then 2 barrels aft in a single turret. So 6 guns is it. What makes Siegfried so awesome is that she gets, and rather than get battleship dispersion on her battleship guns, she gets cruiser dispersion on her battleship guns. So very routinely, when you fire your Siegfried guns, you can fit those shells into a very, very small circle. That's unusual. You don't, I mean, for battleship caliber guns, that doesn't usually happen. And it makes Siegfried very, very, very good at murdering opposing cruisers. It makes her very, very good at beating up battleships that disrespect her guns. Sevastopol is a variant of Siegfried, isn't she, Zach?
Yes.
That's my invitation for you to jump in and join the conversation so I don't talk forever.
I was just waiting for you to finish. No, I'm kidding.
No, go for it, baby.
I've played Sevastopol a bunch. I'm not a huge fan. To me, it's like and same thing with Lu Xun, right? Because it's got the same kind of gimmick with the heal.
Yes.
The need to train your brain to be like, okay, I am beginning my engagement. I better start healing now. It's just so foreign to me.
It is.
And I think the problem with Sevastopol is because the heal lasts for so long, it's very easy to get yourself overwhelmed and shot at by like 3 ships. And before you know it, you are dead.
Yes.
Doesn't matter how good your guns are, you're gone.
Agreed.
So
now you make it a good point. You make an interesting point about it with the comparison to Lu Xun. That's something that I had not considered. But I think this style of heal is better on Lu Xun, and here's why. Lu Xun, as a destroyer with an inherently significantly smaller detection circle, can go undetected, right? And basically say, yes, my heal is long duration. I need to stop shooting and not get spotted for a while so that I can let my heal build up and get me back in the game. Sevastopol, as one of these super cruisers, her detection's probably in the 10.5 to 12 kilometer range. She's not going to be hiding from anybody for significant lengths of time. And so as an opposing player, when I see a Sevastopol, my brain immediately says, once I take that guy under fire, I just need to continue to keep him under fire, and eventually he's out, right? Eventually his heals will not sustain him.
Right, and that's the whole point of Sevastopol. It's very similar to Schlieffen, right? It dies to sustain fire. That's what takes it down. It's not like an instant, smack that gets rid of it. It's you just keep being relentless, get it on fire, get it on fire again, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually it's gone. And you're right, Lu Xun has the ability to disengage, where Sevastopol is like, please, can I get a smoke?
Good luck. Good luck. Now the other thing is that now Sevastopol, if she is used in a mobile capacity, right? You're driving, you keep the ship off a cap, away from islands, and you're just driving around, and you're constantly able to maneuver and fire and possibly get away from people that are trying to focus you out. Okay, that's one thing. That's a possible way that you could get some value out of that long duration heal. But that's not what AAO was using that ship for. They set her up in a static position like you would see a Russian cruiser, a Stalingrad or a Moskva, that kind of thing. It was like, I'm going to sit here. Well, when you do that, again, if you've played Stalingrad or you played Moskva in competitive boats, you are a high priority target. You're going to get focused out 100%. And that's, of course, exactly what happened in the end.
100%. Exactly that, yes. Also, I kind of feel like the Sevastopol's kind of used incorrectly there, because when you're up against Han Lu, you got to know the Dutch oven's coming, and boy, did he take a lot of bombs that game.
Indeed. All right, Zath, game 2 inbound. You ready for this?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go check this out. I am really curious looking over this lineup, because this is a ship that I do not get along with very well. Talk to me about the HSR lineup here at the top of the map.
I think I see. Well, there's a couple choices. So HSR, of course, bringing a Gdansk. That's the most expensive of destroyers. Two Barbies, 2 Barbianos.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
A Småland, Lu, a Napoli, and a Defense. Wow. Okay. Interesting lineup there. No battleships this time for HSR on Northern Waters. What's going on with AAO?
AAO opting to stick with their battleship-less lineup here as well. Sticking with, well, let's see. Okay, so we've got still the Castilla. Let's see. Let's start on the left. Yep, there's Black's Svea again, just like we saw it before. Mark's going to stick with that Sevastopol, even after the conversation we just had. Orca's Castilla, one of the heroes for AAO in the last game. Not a loss, but he played very, very well. Nicey now moving into Prince Orange, and we'll talk about that ship in just a moment. Andy swapping from Shimakaze to Cassard, of all things. That's going to be weird. And then, of course, Asgara sticking with Småland, and Simply Cat sticking with Delny. Now, new ships on the lineup. Zath, we have to talk about Barbiano.
Yeah, so Barbie is a crazy boat, right? She's got her fuel, exhaust, smoke, whatever you want to call it. So she's got the ability to shoot and essentially not be detected while shooting if she wants to. She's crazy at longer range. good damage ability against destroyers and cruisers, and really just press a button and all of a sudden you've got better pen and slower reload.
And
so,
how many barrels are on this thing? Madre de Dios. 6, 12, 16 barrels? 16 barrels, Zaf.
Another 6 in the rear. So that's 16 guns.
That's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
She's a fun boat, and if you see how HSR is using them, they are looking to wolf pack
Oh,
them.
yeah.
So the two of them together, plus the small end for the vision, they're going to try to execute whatever they see. Now, keep in mind, Barbie's concealment, not so good at 8 kilometer.
Yeah, it's very bad. If they can catch Asgara here, there is an above average chance that they can assassinate him. But AAO seems to have sniffed out this play, as is kind of, I mean, certainly not diving the cap enthusiastically. Going to try to back in here.
Right. And there's the radar, hoping to catch whatever's in A, but it just doesn't catch enough.
Does now. Arona's going to pick him up and then probably going to counter radar. I have to presume these torpedoes are going to be a big problem for these Barbies.
Yeah, and he's choosing not to counter radar. Instead, they're just hoping that people will open up.
Ooh,
they'll do the old-fashioned spotting.
Look at where the Delny is at. That is bold.
Mm-hmm. It's a very good position for Simply Cat's Delny. I think it caught the Barbies off guard, and you can see they're both shooting opposite targets right now.
They're shooting different targets. There we go. Now they've decided to try and focus Simply Cat's Delny, but they're going to lose vision of him here in a minute. He did get some shots off. That's allowing Arona's Smolin to keep spotting him, but Simply just sliding along the map edge here is going to finally duck out of detection.
Yeah, but enjoy that rainbow, everyone.
Indeed. So the early Wolf Pack doesn't pick up a kill, but it does pick up a cap here. Early cap advantage going to HSR on Northern Waters.
Yep.
Now, one thing we didn't talk about yet, but there's an uneven distribution of firepower in this game. It was very even last game, but this game it's not. Only 2 ships in green here on the right-hand side, the eastern flank, up against 3 ships here for AAO. So it feels like this 8, 9, 10 line is going to be very relevant at some point.
It will be at a certain point, yes. I'm sure AAO is saying, okay, we've got at least 4 ships over here. You can see the Howden Lu is kind of playing goalie right now on the 3 line. Wherever he's needed, he can be deployed. I kind of like that play, that decision-making there. The big thing is, in competitive environments, what you really need to hold a flank is two ships. And that's like, you can do more, but if you've got 2 ships, that frees you up to put the majority on the other flank. So if it's like 2 against 5, in theory, you should win that flank. And that's kind of, what HSR's thinking is over here.
Well, and you can look now, Yuzu's Howden Liu is now making tracks out of here. It looks like HSR is pulling everybody off the A cap, although I think the small end is going to sit around possibly for defense, no pun intended here, as Scott's defense is trying to play a little bit of goalkeeper back here as well, back behind the A-cap.
Well, I just mentioned you need 2 ships to hold a flank, and if you see HSR is leaving 2 ships behind. Well, so what they're doing now is they're rotating, and they're trying to collapse a trap on AAO.
The Barbianos are quick. If memory serves, they move about 42, 43 knots or so. Does that sound right to you, Zaf?
Yep, 41 per 6. Okay. 41.6.
Yeah, 41 and change. So they can definitely reposition. They're not French in terms of speed, but they're going to get across the map fairly quickly.
AAO sensing the trap, and you can see they're turning their ships around.
Yep. I think they realize these Barbies are moving and hunting them. You almost have to wonder what Barbie would do to this Sevastopol, Zaf. That's a lot of SAP coming in on Sevastopol's broadside.
Oh, don't worry. He's got a heal.
Yeah, sure. That'll fix it. It'll buff right out.
Yeah, Mark's like, I want none of what's about to happen, so I'm leaving.
Well, and here it comes. The gambit is shown. Ooh, as the Sevastopol does start to get take some big hits there. I think that were Howden Liu shells.
That was Howden Liu AP.
As now the rainbow is coming in. The Barbianos actually not maneuvering very well, pushing each other around here. But look how quickly Mark's health is disappearing, Zath.
Yeah, they're both a little excited about the opportunity to kill this boat. Mark's got his heel going, but again, concentrated fire might be the difference here. Look at all the bombs. Just missed.
Oh, 1,200 HP. Well, okay, his HP's bouncing all over the place, but they do finally pick up the kill here. And just like that, the flanks have shifted. The Barbiano's repositioning here. Buster's going to pop a smoke so they can break contact. Now, Yuzu's Howden Liu took a bunch of punishment for this play, Zath.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, he's got, Prince Vanarani dropping bombs right there. He probably came out too far. I don't know why he didn't stop at the island.
They're gonna lose him here. He was dark, but then the bombs lit a fire, and then he wasn't dark anymore. And as a result, he's gonna burn out here. We talked about it last game. Howden Liu burns nicely, and of course, AAO is gonna pick up that kill in exchange. Now, some torpedoes. Oh, some Svea torpedoes coming in on the Barbie, Zath.
I saw that at the corner.
Yeah.
But you know what's interesting about Yuzuri's Howden Liu? He did not use defensive anti-air fire to try to knock out a bomb or two before it got dropped. I'm surprised he didn't do that.
Well, both Barbianos and the Gdansk now lurking around the sea cap. AO reacting. They're bringing Asgera's Smoland over, as well as the Prince Orangi.
Here comes the Svea radar.
Well, Buster's is lit, too. This is going to be a problem. That should be a relatively easy kill for AO to pick up, but they're not even shooting at him yet, although I think because the Cassard is finally taking him under fire. Yep.
Yeah, they don't have a good angle on him right now, and I think they saw the Smoland. Oh, there goes the defense on the other flank. We didn't catch that.
Nope, but that is a big, big kill. Things looking really good for AAO here in this game. It's now just the Smoland over on the A flank.
Mm-hmm.
And Arona's never going to get back into this cap with the Castilla and the Delny holding it for him.
No, he's not.
HSR
again,
bet
two ships holding a cap.
Yep. HSR bet everything on this Barbie play. They still didn't even pick up the sea cap. They came all this way with all these ships, and they still didn't actually pick up the cap.
Well, they couldn't get it because of the radar.
Yep. Buster's on 18 HP lurking in that smoke. Perseus goes down. Yami's Gdansk running away.
Nicinator taking a torp.
One torp in
Buster's
the bow.
detected on radar.
There we go. No, I think it was Hydro. It was Hydro. No, it was it was the Smoland radar. I see it now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much all over but the crying here. AAO sniffed out the pivot, the reposition, and played it to perfection here on Northern Waters, Zath.
Yeah, no, that was, and you can see the experience in these players in competitive. They just know what to expect based off ship comps and how it's all going down.
Yeah, well, I mean, and it's that mind game, right? Of the, okay, the Barbies were here and now they're gone. They've disappeared. We're not seeing them. They're not shooting. What could they be doing, Zath? Where could they be? And
yeah, exactly.
AO making the assumption, correct assumption, they were being driven across the map. But there's always the possibility that your opponent is head faking you. Maybe you just pull them back for a spell, keep them out of detection for a couple of minutes, and then shove them right back where they had been a minute ago. That's also something you can do.
That's true. That is always a possibility. You got it. But both teams get a point in this engagement.
Indeed, each team going away with a win here in round one. Looking like worthy competitors here in the Warship Masters event. Zath, how about that?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? All right. Match one in the books. Our next match about 5 minutes away. Let's figure out who's hosting that one. I got to find the right sheet to look at here. We are down here. Got it.
All right. Who do we got next?
This is going to be Resin and Yoboy, my friend.
All right. This will be a good one.
I hope so. Now, is Yoboy and Oh-Boy, are they the same group, clan,
I believe,
derivative? I think they are, right?
I believe they are sister clans, yes.
Okay.
Not exactly sure how it all works in there, but
Me neither. Our training room does not appear to be up just yet, which is fine. Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Yep. Let's see.
It's all right. It'll show up eventually.
Set.
We got some time.
Yeah. Yep. In the meantime, I gotta get my fancy schmancy tool set up here. So we are going to Sleeping Giant and then Hotspot.
Oh yeah, I should work on that. Okay. Sleeping Giant, you say, and then Hotspot. I'm so excited that Sleeping Giant is back in this rotation. I am so excited. All right, let's see. And then this is Resin.
Yep.
Yo boy.
Boop. Why did it give me that one?
There we go.
Okay.
Sweet.
Ta-da.
All right, so let's see. We've got all that done.
I've seen a few people asking some questions about points and all that kind of stuff. So the way today works is you need as many wins as possible. Win counts as a point. It was asked yesterday, but I didn't see an answer to it just yet. If you win 2 in a row. And as a reminder, guys, the question is if you win two in a row, do you get an extra point? Do you get 3 points?
I don't believe so. Let's have a quick peek. Come on.
An easy way to check is at this point, we will have teams that have won 2 in a row. So we can just take a look at the tournament page. Yes. Looks like, well, no. It says they have 3 points, but that doesn't make any sense. It's played. Okay. Okay.
I'm checking
so,
here. I'm looking at the rules set.
Yeah, no worries. The second round hasn't all been inputted into the playoffs just yet, into the tournament. I mean, but either way, you have to win as many games as possible because if you don't, you're gonna either not play at all, starting tomorrow afternoon, or the playoffs. You'll miss the playoffs essentially, or you may be seeded in the lower losers bracket, which you don't want to do because then it's single elimination. You want to be in the winners bracket.
I think it's difficult for me to tell from the way this is reported, because some of these are marked as 1-1 or 2-0, and some of them are just marked as wins or forfeits. Like right. Our boys in YOLO K have a forfeit already, I guess because they couldn't get enough people this early or something.
That's a possibility.
They've already forfeited the second round too, according to this. Okay, so that was a 2-0. Yeah, it does look like you get a bonus point if you sweep the series. That's what I'm seeing as I look at these. Yes. Yeah. So, just as an example, I looked in Group 2, Round 1. Ayaya 2-0 over KSD has 3 points, and then it looks like we have a couple of teams that, like we just saw, they split their series. They went 1-1. They each have 1 point. So if you sweep your best of 2, you get a bonus point.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
Our training lobby is available when you're ready.
All right, let's take a look. I see it.
Excellent. All right. And now that back on the Twitches, it's time for an ad roll to make sure that we don't get hosed.
Yeah, I've got a fun little timer that I use, and I completely forgot to update that timing from the last tournament that I did, which had no delay. So that kind of sucked.
Fail. Not the first time we've done these sorts of things, though.
No. But the nice thing is we'll have it all dialed in for you guys. And of course, I don't know about you, Raptor. I'm multi-streaming, so I'm also on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick in case anybody ever misses an action or something like that. You can always have the 2 tabs up at once, or you can have both of us going on Twitch.
I am not on Kick, but I am on Rumble and YouTube. Yes. Are you're paying more than I am for Restream then? Oh no, you're doing it out of the natively the OBS add-on. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Right.
I'm paying the iron price.
Yeah,
my machine is paying the iron price.
Fair enough. I do it with Restream because of I ended up investing into Restream for the Star Wars Unlimited events that I was doing, and because I didn't trust the Wi-Fi hotspot I was working off of to run multiple streams out at once. So I was like, one stream, then recode it, and then go from there, and that's worked great. So I've just stuck with Restream.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Ooh, I see some names I actually recognize on Resin, Zath.
Yeah, well, that's why I said this will be a good one.
Yeah, I hope so.
Resin is made up of a lot of players that are from the old 07 clans.
There are some in here. Of course, I recognize Frice. Frice has been a long time tournament organizer and / admin here on NA. Many moons ago, I was a King of the Sea admin here on NA, and he's in one of the generations of folks that have taken up that mantle since. Mad Dog, I recognize. Peyton's name, I recognize, of course. We know Peyton.
We do know Peyton the Rock Hider.
Indeed. So yeah, some definitely all kinds of good people. Lots of good memories. We've been doing this a long time, Zach. I realized that my 8-year anniversary as a streamer is next month, right? Back in it was September of 17 when I started covering World of Warships competitive play with season 4 of the old Warship Supremacy League on Twitch, or season 5. I think it was season 5. I don't remember. Whatever, one of those seasons. Hey, we got a game. Let's go.
We do have a game. I
like that both teams are not messing around. And yes, chat asking the schedule that you're seeing on my stream, those are times in my time zone. That's US Central Time you're seeing displayed.
Sounds good. Let's get into it. I was going to say something about Supremacy League, but I guess we can hold that thought for a little bit.
It'll still be there when you want. All right, let's take a look here at everybody's favorite map. Welcome to Sleeping Giant, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2 here of the big Warship Masters tournament. This is Resin here in the green at the top of your map, bringing a fairly traditional lineup, going with a single battleship, a Libertad, worth 23 points, and then rounding out the rest of their lineup with a bunch of 12-pointers, double Sevastopol here. Man, apparently we're going to see a lot of this ship today, Zath.
I think so, yeah.
These builds are slightly different. Big Six going for a little more of a secondary. Is that secondary? No, that's
Top Grade Gunner.
Top Grade Gunner. Okay, he's versus Survivability Expert on Big Boy's build. And then we've got Double Defense. That's our generic WM player here. Obviously, one of a last-minute replacement account. And Mabuki. And then rounding things out with Frice in an Henri Quatre. And a single destroyer Zath, that is Mad Dog's Kleber, also packing that unique upgrade that gives her more stealth, but far less gunpowder. What's Yo Boy got going?
That's right. All right, let's take a look at Yo Boy to the south wearing red, bringing zero battleships. They have a Holland with, wow, interesting. Very gun-spec Holland. I wouldn't expect that, but okay. A Z-52, one of my favorite ships out there. Full utility build. Such a great boat. Smallland with Jersey Mike as captain with a boosted adrenaline rush. An Henri 4 with boosted adrenaline rush as well. So that would be Honore. As captain, we got a Prince Van Oranje. An Incheon. Haven't seen an Incheon yet.
Nope.
This is going to be interesting. And then finally, a Svea going off all by himself. That's Avenger Squirrel saying, I can hold this flank. You're fine.
Whew. Now, one thing worth noting, Zath, take a look at the team health bars at the top of the screen. That is a massive health advantage for Resin, and I mean massive.
Yeah, just add Sevastopol.
Yeah, apparently the answer is more Sevastopol because they have a 50% health advantage over the lineup that Yo Boy has brought. But I gotta say, Zath, to me, as I look over the Yo Boy lineup, the ship that intrigues me the most is Kurtash's Z-52. Because on this map, that ship with its 6-kilometer hydro, right?
Is it 6? I thought it was 5.
Maybe it's 5. I'll have to pull it up in a minute.
No, it is 6. You're right.
I thought it was 6. I mean, in this Thunderdome style cap, that could be crazy good.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited for the super ship version.
I actually am looking forward to that. I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is 7. I remember playing a little bit of that, I think on public test. I can't remember. But yeah, that's an interesting boat. Well,
Incheon already making Inky.
Yep.
Interesting.
Now let's talk about Incheon. This is not a ship that many people have or have probably ever run into, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is essentially a wannabe kind of Des Moines style ship, as I recall. She's got the lines of a buffalo.
Yes. Yes. But she's got the turrets of the oh shoot, I was just
Tulsa,
looking at
right?
it yesterday. The Tulsa. Thank you. Yes.
The double-barreled auto-loading 8-inchers.
Right. And these have destroyer dispersion, which means as you get closer, you get much tighter dispersion.
So she gets smoke, heal, torpedo reloads. So she must have... Oh, she has deep waters. Yeah, she's Pan-Asian. Deep waters. Yep. Nope, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, this is interesting, Zath. Look at Resin's deployment, right? Mad Dog's Kleber grabbing A, and then the entire rest of the team is going to loop around the top of Thunderdome?
Yes. So if you see here, the smoke screen, I think, from Max Bricks Incheon kind of alerted Resin that they're set up for the typical pick in the middle here. So what you typically have is you get a couple of ships that are guns towards the A cap. Somebody at A goes in, and then they pop the radar, and then they just obliterate whatever's there. Resin's like, yeah, we're not playing that game.
Yeah.
So they're just shoving everybody the opposite way. And what they're betting on is that they're betting that Yo Boy is set up for the trap, and they don't have, therefore, the ships necessary to fight them on the other side, because they have to be going the whole time.
Well, they're catching a glimpse now of Kaufman's Henri over here on the edge of the map, all the way on the 2 line. And remember, both of these teams spawned way up in the corner of the map, back around like B8 and I8.
Yes.
And now look where they are as quickly as they could. They also turned Peyton's Libertad into mid, Zath. Although he's turning again.
I think he was trying to figure out, am I going to be spotted in mid, or have they rotated? I think they're setting him up to back into A, to be quite honest, which just feels weird for a battleship, a secondary battleship, to be backing into a cap, but hey, this is Warships in 2025.
Yeah, there we are. All right, well, we'll see how they handle this Libertad. Libertad, I think, sitting in A is also a noteworthy thing, right? Because how are you going to... I mean, if they drive Peyton's Libertad in the middle of the map, Yo Boy doesn't really have anything to push it out. They're going to have to... All they could do is try to focus it out.
Right.
Frice's Henri takes some early fire, goes dark as they intentionally let him go dark to draw the eye line to Mabuki's defense, as Frice, with his engine boost ticking, is going to make the turn into Thunderdome. They're going to catch a glimpse of him here, as Schloggy's Smallwind also spotted right there. He's going to take some fire. Big Henri AP salvo coming in, getting some good hits on Kaufman, but that HE salvo really hitting Schloggy there.
Yeah, he's got a heal. It'll buff out.
It'll buff right out. Frice keeping his ship angled as best he can to avoid the Henri AP, the reload boosted AP, I should say.
Yeah, but here comes the Dutch oven.
Yep. He's got that dodge, though, more or less.
Yes, yes.
And now they
Prince
no longer...
is a little bit harder to land those bombs.
Yep. They no longer have eyes on him, as it is the Libertad and Kleber combo that's going to bag A. Whole bunch of combat over here, way off the cap on the 2-3 line, but it's Resin that turns the corner and gets into Thunderdome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the question is, once you get into Thunderdome, how do you get out of it?
Well, at this point, the question is, do you want to?
Yeah.
Now, Frice probably wants to right now. He was caught on radar briefly. He'll probably be caught on the Incheon. No, Incheon doesn't have Hydro. Never mind. But, I mean, if I'm Frice, I'm going to chill out in there. Like, I got nowhere else that I want to be.
Yeah, Frice is in a decent position, but he's got to be very careful not to get Dutch ovened, and I don't know of anybody else that has a good shot, a good angle on him right now.
So what I love about what Resin has done, Zath, look at the board control, right? Mm-hmm. You've got the Sevastopol over here on the one line, holding that gap closed, backed up by Mabuki's defense, holding that closed. The Henri sitting in Thunderdome, daring anybody to come in. The Libertad parked in A, daring anybody to come try to displace him. And now they're rotating Mad Dog's Kleber back over to help and make sure that nothing untoward happens along the 9-10 line.
I get the feeling that Max Bricks just isn't used to playing Inchon that much, or, you know, he's just very, very, very afraid of dying because he seems to be smoking a lot before he needs to. This is the second time I've seen that smoke come up, and I'm like, well, what are you smoking for?
Now, I will say this. It does feel like Yo Boy's push up the 9-10 line is going to bear fruit. They're slowly working Big Boy down, right? Mm-hmm. And his hydro's up. He can see these torpedoes coming. He's making the turn to get shots downrange, but he can see nothing. He's just getting farmed for free while the Holland spots and Avenger Squirrel just murders him.
Yep.
Now the Holland chimes in.
Max forgot about his smoke fire penalty. It's quite punishing in Inchon, and that smoke is pretty much worthless for him now.
Well, he's dark again, but there was a spell there that he wasn't. Peyton's going to take one of these torpedoes, I think? No, he's good. Just barely. He does take one shell for an insta-fire, though, because RNG. Because RNG has selected you for death.
That's right. Ooh, torpedoes on the small end. Ooh, very close.
It's only a 60-point lead here, but it's 2 minutes from a Resin victory. Their stranglehold on the board control really mattering here. Big Boy continuing to retreat. All he has to do is live and deny and keep those points in play for Resin, but it's becoming an increasing challenge here. A lot of pressure being put down there.
Yep, Resin wins in 1:45.
Yo Boy trying to find a way back in. They're going to have to displace Peyton's Libertad if they want to cap A. I think they're going to drive Schlogi's Smoland in just to try to hold back the points. But he's got his own problems here. He's got torpedoes coming in as well as Kleber shells.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Fries is detecting him on his hydro. So Schloggy's got no choice but to sit here and just think skinny thoughts.
Yep, he's got to sit here and take it. Mad Dog's Kleber does not have the gunpowder you would typically expect out of Kleber, but he's doing what he can.
Yeah, the possible decisive moment, nope. Okay. Voyager manages to go dark, and his Prince, quite low health, getting a heal off. Unfortunately, that means he can't put the pressure on that Yo Boy really needs him to be able to do.
60 seconds remaining. Excuse me. We're down to 2 minutes now because they did displace Peyton off the cap. So that means at the moment, Schlogi is holding those points down in a gunfight with Mad Dog here.
Yeah, he keeps going back and forth in and out of the cap.
Some defense shells coming in through that gap as well.
That was Big Six's Sevastopol, actually.
Oh, those Sevastopol shells. Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
That keyhole through through this island on the south side of the map of the cap circle here has been so impactful over the years. We've seen so many crazy shots go through that gap. But they do push Schlogi off the cap, and now you're 20 seconds away from a Resin win here. If they can't kill Big Boy in 20 seconds, Resin's going to pick up this game, and I don't think they can do it, Zath.
No, so he was waiting out the hydro. I kind of feel like it would be better for him to have backed up and just taken it because, I mean, the game's over anyways. Ding, fries are done.
There it is. Resin goes away with game win. Very classic, slow, methodical board control works out for them here in game one.
That's right. And, as Putin would like to say, a official wargaming blowout because Resin did not lose a single ship.
I mean, nobody lost a single ship. A whole lot of shells traded there, Zath, but nobody going to the bottom. And,
so it's a double blowout is what you're saying.
We joke. You see this. This is not that unusual in competitive warships, right? Like, when you play World of Warships in randoms at high tier, the game is incredibly unforgiving of mistakes, okay? So when you see high-tier competitive play in Warships, What's the one thing that everybody is like super paranoid about? Don't make a game-ending mistake. Don't get deleted in a salvo. You know, if you eventually you may die, because if it's possible for teams to just focus fire you or whatever. But if you don't make bad positional errors, minor positional errors, okay. But if you don't make like catastrophic positional errors and get deleted, it's not that unreasonable to expect that you'll survive to the end of a match. And you see it all the time in competitive boats.
Oh, absolutely. But I think what differentiates a competitive team from good to great is the willingness to sacrifice a ship for the greater good.
Yes.
And so, I mean, that's the hard part, though. It's don't you dare die unless we tell you to die.
Agreed. There are times, and gosh, over the literally hundreds and hundreds of tournament games that we've cast, that you can go back and look at, watch a match, and it's very clear that the you know where that game is, the state of the match, the whole opposing board position hinges on this one ship in a certain spot. And if your team is able to see that, like Mazer Rackham style, right? For those of you familiar with Ender's Game, right? You can look at the chaos and find the linchpin and be willing to trade a ship for that key fragment of your opponent's strategy. How many times have we seen the entire thing like that's the first domino. The first domino falls, and then it all just it goes, right? The whole thing just falls apart after that.
A lot of times that's how it works, yes.
Yeah, you know, the wall stands up as long as all the bricks are there, but if you take one of the bricks out, the house collapses. And so there are times, as you're pointing out, that trading one of your ships for one of your opponents is the right play. It depends on the map, the situation, and everything else.
Absolutely. So just heads up, looks like XFQ has forfeited their matches for today. I don't believe we are signed up to cover any of those battles, but I just want to mention it.
Nope, we are not.
Also, I want to mention, I see some people asking about drops in my channel. So a couple quick reminders for these drops. You have to be watching on Twitch. If you're on any of our multi-streams, it would be a good idea to have a tab open with one of our Twitch channels as well. Sorry, that's just how the drops work. You have to watch for 90 minutes, 90. That's 1.5 hours. I've been checking. I'm getting progress for my own personal drop watching my own channel. So I know drops are working for me just fine. If they're not working for you, what you might want to do is close out all of your Twitch channels, total, all of them. Wait about 5 minutes, and then open up a new tab with one of our Twitches up there. Keep in mind, usually you need the audio at like at least 1% for Twitch to think that you're actually watching and listening.
Yeah.
So keep those tips in mind.
Generally, if you keep the audio at a very, very low level, you'll progress the drops faster than if you like mute the stream. If you mute the stream, I've noticed over the years, it will progress, but it's super slow. So yeah, keep the volume turned way down and you'll probably barely notice it and be good enough.
Yeah, general rule of thumb for me, this is what I do personally when I'm trying to get my drops, is after about 15 minutes, I'll double check that I'm getting a drop. And the way to do that when you're looking at your stream is you just click on the top right corner where your account's name or logo is, whatever, and then it should say progress towards drops there. Like I'm at 64%. If you click on that, though, it'll open up the actual drop, and now it says I'm at 66% for my WM25 mystery drop number 1.
Seth, Chad is that somebody's asking me why I'm backwards on your stream.
That would be Xanda probably, and I have no idea. I am taking your video. Now, what's interesting is I'm looking at my video to you, and I'm backwards in my video to you. So I think it's just OBS thing.
No, that's not OBS. That's a Discord thing then. But that tells me
Could be.
So the easy thing for me to do, hold on. I know how to fix that in OBS, right? Because I can come into OBS and do a horizontal flip and fix that very, very quickly.
Oh, no.
No, seriously, watch. Transform. Hang on, dude. Transform.
In before Raptor is upside down.
Nope. It's not that hard. Transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. Now you are correct, sir. Congratulations. See how easy it is? So go into my video source on OBS, and in the transform submenu, there's a flip horizontal you can use.
Okay.
If you want, if you care.
Well, see, the thing is, I don't want to put studio mode on to fix it.
But see, here's the thing. So... Now you're backwards. Your OBS is coming through. I can read all the English on behind you. It's all fine. So I need to fix it.
Okay.
You aren't backwards.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
You were correct.
Yeah. Whereas you are backwards on mine, so whatever.
Well, it just looks weird because then the English is backwards.
Okay, the English that we can see on yours is literally Warship Masters, and it's backwards. Whatever. I mean, it's still your face.
I'm just saying.
It's still your face.
Just saying. Yeah, you're
point
not
to your left.
My left. That way.
See, there you go. Okay. You're pointing left. You see, you're pointing left on my screen, so you're fine.
Okay. All right. Well done.
So you pointed left, but the background is reversed. I'm just pointing that out there. You pointed in the right direction, but the background is reversed.
That's interesting because on mine it's correct. Oh well. Let's get out of this game.
But you pointed to your but you pointed to your left, which means you pointed to the right on yours.
No, I didn't. I pointed left. My left is this way, jackass. I have a game to cast. Shut up.
We saw the left, but
stop bothering me. I have a game to cast.
Hey, I do too.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 2. Oh, the glare that way is terrible. Let's look at the lineup from this direction. There we go. Now, game 2, and ladies and gentlemen,
my eyes.
I know Resin has made a very, very different adaptation here. As we head to Hotspot, we're going for a 4 destroyer lineup. Let's start over here on the left with Mad Dog's Vamp Deuce. On his right, we have generic accounts Kleber, a non-legendary Kleber. This is a much more traditional Kleber. Fries with the legendary Kleber, the low detection, less gunpowder. Backed up on his starboard side by legends. Again, more traditional build. So obviously trying to wolfpack here with these guys. They're going to use Fries as the spotter, and the other 2 Klebers hang back and try to murder whatever it is that we find. 2 cruisers behind him. Big 6 is Henri Quatre, top grade gunner, and Mabuki's Zhao, a very affordable ship in this lineup, only 11 points. Zhao, a very capable boat, but very not well looked upon by the competitive community in general these days. Peyton here going with a Poison, and that is your commander you were pointing out earlier that had the consumables expert and vigilance buffs there as well.
Yeah, I think it's Von Broik is the name.
Okay, there we go. All right, talk to me about Yo Boy's lineup here in red.
All right, on the opposite, Yo Boy already Z42 making its way towards the C-Cap. Makes perfect sense. It's got, of course, the Hydro, and it's got good AP, all that good stuff. Yo Boy also trying Alvaro de Bazan. They've got 2 of them. One is currently with Kaufman's Svea heading towards the B-Cap. So my guess is they're... Well, Tequila Sunshine's Hindenburg is set up to play goalie, I guess, I suppose, with with his range. We've got Max Bricks and the Colbert with that's Albanu with the buffed survivability expert. And Wargaming, please nerf the red team. He's on the red team at this point. Is the other Alvaro de Bazan with another Svea. That's Avenger Squirrel heading out to the. I like the idea of a Svea and an Alvaro de Bazan working together. I really like that. Chat responding there at 66% with their drops. Excellent.
So you have 2 of these little Bazan Svea pods, for lack of a better way to put it, right? One in each direction. And those Sveas are worth more than that Poison is on the opposing team. So they're going to have to get a ton of value out of this thing. C-Cap going nowhere early, as you would expect. A couple of Hydro Destroyers setting up shop in there. Kleber, Henri going to cap A. Svea going to pick up B. We're going to have a very, very, very small points advantage here for Resin in the early going, as they're going to be just a few points ahead of Yo Boy because they capped first.
But check this out. So please nerf red team spotting Mabuki's Zhao with the Bazan and smoking Avenger Squirrel's Svea.
So that's going to give Svea kind of double the smoke, and already Peyton's Poison coming under much concentrated fire from Colbert and Svea. This is not where you want to be as a battleship player, certainly not as a poison. And he runs aground here, trying to...
He needs to find a bigger rock to hide behind.
He needs to definitely find a much bigger rock, because now at half HP already, basically, he's drawing fire from every corner of the map.
That's right.
We talked about how many points that Yo-Boy invested into their Sveas, but Resin invested quite a few points into their poison as well, and already 60% of his health is gone. We're 3 minutes and 30 seconds into this game.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just giving it away.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
He hasn't even fired his guns. He can detect nothing. The Z-42 is still outside of his hydro range. He's going to have to turn and get in there to push this Z-42 out. Which looks like that's what he's trying to do, but they're going to trade this ship, Zath, for what, a chance at this Z-42, and they're not even going to get shots on him.
Yeah.
He'll be dead before his heel comes back up. He's dead already. He's just fired. He just fired his guns like, screw it. Wow.
Screw you, Smoke. He attacked the darkness.
Quite the unforced error there from Resin, especially since it doesn't even get them the C cap.
No. Nope. So, oh well. You know, Yo-Boy just didn't play the game that Resin was expecting them to play.
Well, I mean, you know, using a German battleship's hydro to shove a destroyer out of position is a tale as old as the German battleship line, you know. How many times over the years have we seen Bismarcks, you know, literally walk up on unsuspecting or destroyers who aren't paying attention and just ruin their days? Like, I've had it happen to me, okay? So using it for that purpose in this kind of a scenario makes total sense. I get it. But I think the running aground definitely really messed things up. The idea, of course, I'm sure, was to push the poison in there, use the hydro to push out Kurtash's Z-42 while Mad Dog capped C. And they just didn't. I don't know what else to say there. They just didn't.
Yeah, but you have to give credit also to Yo-Boy for recognizing that and putting all of their DPM boats in a position to just farm, baby, farm.
Yeah.
And one thing I noticed about Peyton, he was on one fire, and we all know the meme, you know, DCP one fire, yeah, right?
Yeah.
But that's what he probably should have done, because Yo-Boy specifically wasn't trying to walk fires. They were trying to just shoot the same part, his superstructure, and that's it. So they weren't going to set up another fire.
Yeah. Now, in case you were wondering at the top of the day why you see teams running battleship-less compositions in this tournament, that is a perfect example of exactly why.
Well, yes. I mean, you have to be able to protect that battleship, and unfortunately, Mad Dog couldn't get there with the smoke to try to hide him, and of course, you've got 3 Kleberts, which don't have smoke.
Yep. Well, it feels like we're talking like the match is already over. It isn't. Resin still has a very potent Kleber Wolfpack rolling around, and they've pushed the Henri Big Six all the way, kind of pushed down the one line here. He was taking some shots on Tequila Sunshine's Hindenburg. Mabuki Zhao is doing okay, but without spotting, he's kind of struggling up there because he's lit and can't really fire back at anything because he can't see the things he needs to shoot at.
All he's doing is luck-chucking torpedoes along his radio location. Actually came very close to hitting Avenger Square Svea at least once.
Now, some AP in the barrel right there could probably punish Avenger, but it looks like he's going to go with the HE, probably what he had loaded.
I love the insolence here from Avenger. Like, I'm just going to open up. I don't care.
Smoke or not, I don't care. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, well, smoke is coming.
Yeah.
His Nerf Red team is showing up.
Yep.
There it is. Very good coordination by these two players.
Yep. That's one of the beauties of watching tournament play at this level, right? Is the coordination is very real and very there.
Mm-hmm.
Resin trying to regroup with this 4-destroyer lineup and find a way back into this game. They ain't found it yet. They're putting some pressure.
They found Mad Dog.
Yeah, Mad Dog looking like he's not going to make it, and he doesn't.
Ouch.
Yep.
That would be Svea radar capturing him just long enough for the Colbert to just gun him down.
Yep. One less ship in the wolf pack now.
Yeah, and there goes the Sow.
Now they're trying to pick up Tequila Sunshine's Hindenburg. That could be good points that might allow them. Oh, I just looked at Big Six's HP. Maybe not. I was about to say that might allow them to work this Henri back into where he's relevant. But these two ships have obviously just savaged each other, and it looks like they both might go down here together.
Yes, they are in the Mutado.
Yeah, Sunrise going down first, but if he can get a fire, nope. He leaves Big Six on 900 HP. And his next heal coming up shortly. They're going to lose Frice right here. Pretty much feels all over but the crying, Zath.
At this point, Big Six is asking his teammates to press the number 9 on their keyboard.
Yep. Big AP salvos going down range from Big Six's Henri on Kaufman's Svea, but nothing doing. Kaufman grounds the ship, but he grounds the ship stern onto the AP, so it doesn't really have anything to bite into. He's going to go ahead and burn one of his own smokes. Is it going to come in time? He's getting savaged in there. He does pick up the Henri. That's not totally surprising.
Great shots by Kaufman there.
2 last surviving Kleberts for Resin. Just a little bit of cleanup here. And Yo Boy's going to go home with a split of their own here in round 2.
Interesting, with such high DPM cruisers so cheap. Wonder if that's going to shake up the meta for the playoffs.
I don't know, man. I couldn't believe that Colbert was this cheap. Oh, the Colbert AP strikes at the end. Legend bagging a kill like, no. But he knows it's over. His engines are off. He's sitting still waiting for them to finish up the game. And there it is.
He just wanted to, spike the football.
Yeah, pretty much.
Kill.
Like the meme of the guy in third place on the medal stand slamming champagne on himself, right? Same idea. Same energy anyway. He's like,
at least I did something.
Exactly. We lost, but I had a great time, damn it. Just watch.
Look at that, the Colbert with a Kraken, everyone.
Indeed. I could not believe, Zath, when I saw how cheap Colbert was on the lineup. I thought, wow, there's absolutely going to be teams that take advantage of this and ruin people with it. And that's just game one of it. We're going to be seeing it all day, both weekends for sure. Absolutely, yes. All right, so where are we going next? We're going to Silk and Virtus. We are indeed. Let's see. Let's take a peek. That's that match to start the bottom of the hour. We got a few minutes here, don't we? We don't have to be in a massive hurry. Let's see. I got to find... Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there we go. Okay, brilliant. Come back here. Oh, they already closed the training room. I forgot to... I didn't get the chance to say GG's to everybody. I love doing that, but... Ah, well. Aw. Very sad. Very sad. The room is already up, by the way. Yeah, I'm just used to being in a rush, so I just backed out. Hey, you know how for those of you guys who don't know us, we play very aggressive when it comes to finding battles, and we just come running out of one room to another like our hair's on fire. I mean, in King of the Sea, if you snooze, you lose, right? How often do we come out looking for a game to fill time, and if you're not on the button, man, you missed it by 30 seconds, they've dropped and you're gone. So... And then you're left with 10 minutes of, as our old buddy Mr. Conway used to call it, the monkey dance, right? The talking head. I have to fill 10 minutes of airtime. What do I talk about? I don't know. Let's make up something. Right. Exactly. Yep. So. All right. Let's see here. I can go ahead and get set up for this next match at least. So we said Silk. Yep. And Virtus. Now, Silk is Asia's number 2 team, Virtus is NA's number 3. The number 3 seed, and then our maps are Land of Fire and North. Now, what do you know about Virtus, Sath? I'm not familiar with these guys for an NA team. You'll recognize them once they start lining in. Okay. One of the things that happens a lot on NA, I didn't comment this when we were talking about Resin, but a lot of people like to change their name for some godforsaken reason, and they also like to change their clan names to different memes of the day, and I believe Virtus is one such example of that. Okay. I don't know if we have I'm trying to see if I can get a team lineup for Virtus on the page. We should be able to do that in the tournament system, right? Let's have a look. WoW's Should be able to do that over here.
So I will say some names, and you're gonna recognize them immediately.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go.
Danny Loves.
Oh yeah.
I am Coop. Cowboy WY.
Oh yeah,
the man
Cowboy.
With an RX-7. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, Schwartz.
Ancient Tangerines.
Yeah,
GM Schwartz.
Excellent. Okay.
BP Fresh. Yeah.
Zach,
you know these players.
There's a man after your own heart in this lineup. His name is literally Whiskey Leaks instead of WikiLeaks.
Yes.
I love this.
It.
I love it. It's good to, you know, Zach, it's good to see some of these guys still around. You and I have been doing this for so long. So many players have come and gone.
Yes.
The nature of PC gaming. But when you see guys like Cowboy and Man with an RX-7 still here, still playing competitive all these years later, it gives you that little warm fuzzy, right? Like, I'm not the only old fart still doing this.
You know, it's funny. I'll play ranked and I'll see a name that I haven't seen in ages.
Yes.
And I'll say hi to them. And sometimes they don't say hi back. And sometimes they do. And when they do, it's kind of fun engaging and saying, you know, what have you been up to? And for some people, they're like, I've been gone from this game for 2 years. I just came back to do whatever. So it's cool, you know, to see those players again. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's wild how often that happens. And it's sort of the nature I've learned over, you know, all the years I've been doing online gaming. I'm sure it's the same as you. People come and they go. They come, they play for a while.
Yes.
They head out, their life situation changes, they get too busy, they can't play. They disappear for a spell. And then as things settle down, or they go play another game for a while, and then they decide they get bored of that one, they come back, right? The account's still there.
They do.
All their ships and stuff are still there waiting on them, and I'm sure Wargaming sends them emails on the regular like, hey, buddy, don't you want to come play our game? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And eventually, sometimes you see those folks show back up, which is always a lot of fun.
They've been sending a lot of emails lately, and I think that's nice. Oh yeah, I get those emails all the time. Like just about for every event, they're like, you know, check this out. Like for Laffy Dockyard, for example, they've got a little bit of history about it. They got a link to a video, and then on the bottom it says, "Let's play the game." Like literally a button there. And I like it. I think it's a great idea for player retention. Why not? It doesn't really cost them anything but the time to write up an email, and you know, if it gets somebody logging back in, then they're doing their job.
That's what their main thing is, right? Because I'm speculating, but I'm confident because of the way that these things always seem to function, is that they know that if they can get you to log back in and show back up, that eventually, the more you hang out, they'll get some money out of you, which is from their chair, the point of the exercise, right? They're in this as a business.
Sure. They're a free-to-play game, and I don't, you know, I don't have a problem with them saying, hey, spend your money.
Yeah.
Now, with the different ways they might say, hey, spend your money, I might have some problems with, but, you know, we'll try to stay out of that.
Fair enough. Over on my channel, quick look at the schedule, right? We're at the bottom half of the hour here. We're going to be bringing you guys round 3. That's Silk and Virtus. And then about every 45 minutes after that, we have another best of 2 match. So we have KSD and ZZHL scheduled a little after 9, and then as we get close to 10 o'clock out here in Central U.S., TSYMQ, that is the China one or Asia. TSYMQ, what are they? Are they China or Asia?
TSYMQ is China's number 1.
I knew they're the number 1 seed. They're the China number 1 seed. And if you have seen big international cross-server warships tournaments in the past, like last year's King of the Sea or the year before that, you've seen TSYMQ, you know how good those guys are. So that's going to be a real interesting match to see when the time comes. Of course, Bonk's very well known here on NA. So catching that as the last match today is going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to that.
Absolutely. I think that'll be good stuff.
Yeah. Let's see how we doing. Let's look at some early numbers over here. Now, what I didn't do was grab a tournament TV page, which I probably should have.
So what I do...
You do it with like a browser window, but I hate browser windows in OBS because they look like crap.
Yeah, but you know what? They're functional, and it's quick and dirty and easy. Like, for example, I can already just tab over, and we can see that CWA has won 3 battles so far.
Yep, so they're having a good day. Moai over in Group 4, also undefeated so far, having a good day. Now, I think we've got 2 teams that have already forfeited all of their matches today. XFQ over in Group 4, and then YOLO K in Group 1. I don't see any other teams. Yeah, everybody else is here and playing. So we had 32 invites and 30 teams actually show up ready to go.
Yeah, it feels a little odd when you have teams that don't show for an invitational tournament like this.
Like you had... Now, I will say this. If memory serves, weren't they a little slow to get these invites out?
I believe yes. There was a little bit of sluggishness with that. And I think the problem was they made a rule. I was reading some of the chatter in this Discord, right? They made a rule that you've had to have played 50 battles in your clan in order to be allowed to be invited.
I remember this. And in other words, if you were going to be rostered, you had to have played 50 clan battles in this most recent season. I don't remember. I don't pay attention to that. I'm not sure I'm in the channels where that conversation would have happened, because it probably would have happened in like the back end channels where like the invitees had access to the tournament orgs and stuff like that. My suspicion is that caused some consternation though. Because I don't know that they announced that in time for everybody to have time to play 50 clan battles.
Well, that was the thing. That was the kind of controversy going into this particular tournament was they said, oh, well, you know, we told you there was plenty of time, but it was like halfway through the clan battle season.
Exactly.
And as you may recall from our own experiences in Kraken playing clan battles, for some players, I just want my 30 wins in Typhoon and I'm done. Thank you. Bye-bye. You know, I'll get my steal and we're good. So to then ask a team to then, you know, ask a player to then change up their schedule after a very intense first few weeks to now, okay, now you got to do the last few weeks too. That could be challenging.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, goodness. Well, whatever matches these guys are coming from, they must have run a little long. I see some folks in my chat asking about how they collect their winnings. Because of the way I do giveaways on Discord, I have a lovely mod today. That's 4BF is helping me out. So in between games, when there's not a game on screen, chances are there is a giveaway running in my Discord. And then once the giveaway finishes, the bot will draw winners, and you will get a direct message from 4BF with your code, your wargaming code of loot to enjoy.
Yes. And on my end, I have drops that just are a code draw that occurs automatically within a certain random amount of time. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think I'm going to just get one going right now. Why not? And all you have to do to enter for that is be a follower of my Twitch channel and active in chat. So you just type stuff in chat every now and then, and you're good. Basically, every 15 minutes.
So in other words, your fancy bot just basically picks people off the list every so often and sends them code.
Correct. So it'll open up the period of a draw, and I've got 10 minutes of activity essentially. So in 10 minutes, anybody who types something in chat is entered in, and then it does a followage check. If the person that it picked is a follower, then it just DMs automatically the code to the person. So ironically enough, Puddin won a code earlier today, my mod. And we've got special codes today. We've got, I believe it's coal containers and signals, I think is what it is. Or, yeah, so it's good stuff.
Yep, coal and signals, and then I'm mixing in my regular CC codes, which I think are just crates, and then probably econ boosters, blue econ boosters, if memory serves. Okay, somebody's having trouble here. Let's just do this.
Uh-oh.
No,
What's the matter?
Because I do giveaways on Discord, I have a permanent Discord link programmed into my bot, so that you just tell the bot, hey, what's the Discord link? And it spits it out. And then that you can, because when you make Discord links, you can set them to literally never expire, right? So that's what I did for this thing. And then for some reason, I've got at least one guy telling me, yeah, it's not working. And I'm like, well, I don't know why, but here, I'll just go generate a new one and send it to you directly. So congratulations.
Yeah, see, we all like to be fancy in our own ways, and it always blows up in our faces.
I know, right? Okay. So what I'll do though, just so that we clear this up, I'm gonna go update this link in the bot message. There we go. Never expires, unlimited invites. There we go. That should fix it. So there, we did. I don't even know what that means.
When does it end today? That's a great question. We are almost halfway through. This is the third match of 5 best of 2s.
Yep.
So we've got about an hour and a half left. If you're just tuning in, you should still get progress for your drop. I don't know if you're going to be doing this, Raptor, but I typically do an after party after the stream, and I'll continue streaming live for a bit. And historically, people have been able to get their drop that way.
I cannot do that today, so what I will probably do is just raid my viewers over to you, so that anybody who's still working on their drop when I go off the air can just join your party and continue working on their drops over there as well.
Yeah, that works.
That's the simplest way. I've got too much junk going on today, which is weird. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'm looking at this. They're still trying to figure out why this guy can't join my Discord, and I'm going. Somebody goes, sounds like you're banned. I'm like, yeah, but I haven't banned anybody from Discord. That's weird. I don't know. That's just strange. At least I don't think I have. I think there's probably been some spam bots that we've kicked out right over the years and whatnot.
I get tons of those on Discord.
Oh yeah. Well, and I get them. The ones that irritate me, right, is like, like a day like today. I'm sitting here, I'm streaming, I'm live, I'm doing my thing, and you get some jerkwad that comes into chat. It's like, buy viewers here, and sends you a link, and it's like, really? That's what you get out. Just go. Just get out. That is so irritating whenever I see that.
My favorite pastime is going live on Kick and immediately being asked, if I'm tired of streaming to 0 viewers.
Oh, that's rough. That's rough, kids. That's rough.
What's sad about it, though? What's sad about it? You and I are established streamers. We're Twitch partners. We've been in the biz for a while, right? Yep. And we don't have to worry. We do it for fun, and people come and hang out, right? And that's it. We don't have to work really as hard.
It's not my job.
Right? Let's be real.
This doesn't pay my bills. Thank God.
But for a lot of people, this gives me a glimpse into people that are just starting, right? That don't have a ton of people hanging out and are just
rough out there.
The amount of predatory messages like, hey, I know a big streamer that can get you views or blah, blah, blah.
It's bad.
It's really unfortunate to see.
It's bad. And it crosses multiple different industries. I have people, and I'm sure you do too, that constantly want to DM me so that they can try to sell me art, emojis, templates, overlays. I get people, as you pointed out, that impersonate big streamers, right? They set up a Discord account that makes it look like there's some big streamer, probably someone you've never heard of. But when you look at their profile, you go look at their Twitch account, you're like, this guy's got like 100,000 followers. He's way bigger than I am. What is he talking to me? And then that's when you realize, oh, he's not actually talking to me. This is some jackhole, trying to just, cheese me somehow. So there's all kinds of crap in this space, and it has become very, very predatory. It wasn't like that back in the day. It makes me sad a little bit.
Right.
Anyhow, all right,
it
teams.
It absolutely does.
We're slowly filtering in here. I'm seeing Silk looks like they're mostly here, and I'm seeing Virtus has at least got one person. I'm guessing that their last match ran a little long, which is fine, no big deal. I'm excited to see Virtus though. Like you said, it's cool to see names you recognize. Like, oh.
Yes. I can't remember if it was this group of players. There was a group that during COTS Trident Trials was named something that was, politically offensive. Remember I was saying about naming themselves memes, and were forced to rename. So
seriously?
To the U.S. Yes, so they renamed it to USPS, the U.S. Postal Service.
Which I suppose, depending on your point of view, could still be somewhat offensive.
Right? So...
Do you know one of the things that I love about the Warships communities, and this is just gamers in general, but the Warships community in particular, they are master trolls. Like, there are just so many master trolls in the gaming world, and certainly in this game. It's a thing of beauty. You see some of the account names, like last game, WG Please Nerf Red Team. Like, there was what was the old EU, they were an EU team, right? Weren't they, there was like a wargaming OP or something. There have been so many great competitive team names over the years that just poke fun at wargaming or certain ships or whatever. It is a riot to see people's creativity. It's so much fun. Sorry, Tractor's trying to type.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just chatting it up with my stream right now.
Yeah, same.
It's fun. It's fun. You know, streaming for 5 minutes in the future. It's really hard to be present, but also do the thing.
It destroys your chat interaction like 100% because ordinarily chat can type and I can talk back and we can have kind of a conversation that way. Well, on this delay, it never works. Tournament days, you're always working with working in the future or the past, your past, their future, as the case may be.
Right.
And so it is frustrating, but it's always fun.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just, guys, the comments I've been seeing, I mean, they've all been positive, encouraging. I really appreciate you guys for that. You know, I woke up at 5 a.m. Raptor 5:30, 5:15.
Too early, too bloody early.
We're both freaking tired.
Yep.
And so very much appreciate you guys tuning in, your kind words, your encouragement, all that kind of stuff. It's what keeps us going. It's what gets us excited about days like today.
Yeah, do appreciate you guys being here. Zath, we've got a couple minutes here. I've got somebody in my chat who's asking about the various collections and stuff on the wall behind you. He's fascinated by all of this. So,
okay.
give
Yes.
me the 60-second version. Does each little cube have a theme? Is that what you've done back there?
Yes, so I've tried to put because I collect a lot of junk, and so I thought, okay, let's put a different theme. So I've got like travel. Stevie's got a very important cube up there. His ashes are up there. His pictures, paw print, all that kind of stuff. So he's always here in this room. That's very important. Babylon 5, very important to me. I've got my Babylon 5 DVD collection as well as some action figures that I picked up at Gen Con.
The old action figures, baby. Let's go.
Right. I'm a man of many hats. So I've got plenty of my hats. I've got, as you can see, a shrine to wargaming, essentially, with my massive torpillo up there, as well as the smaller torpillo. Where the heck is that? There's
a shrine to wargaming. There's some people in chat that might take exception to that. I'm just saying.
You know what was funny was I, as you know, and many people in my chat know that I've actually applied to work for Wargaming as a community manager. And in one of my recent interviews, the recruiter comes in and says, "So tell me about the game." Never mind. Saw everything in the background there. And they're like, "Okay, I guess you know the game and you like the product." And, yeah, you think?
It's so funny too because I mean, I'm not knocking on anybody. I don't want anybody to take this personally, but like we've seen them hire people as community managers, community partners, whatever, to work on the game that have no knowledge of the game. They are not naval history nerds. They're professional computer game types, right, that come from somewhere else in the industry to work on this particular title. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's different, right? Because, you know, those of us that are naval history nerds that have been here forever, you know, we know so much about the game and the history and the ships. And, you know, you and I worked on the wiki and I learned a ton doing all that back in the day. And and when you run into these folks who now work for the company that makes the game, and they don't know a whole lot, you kind of scratch your head and go, "Huh, all right, well, I hope you're good at what you do." You know?
Exactly. And then the bottom row are like my old video game systems, right? Because I don't play them anymore. My original Nintendo, Super Nintendo, N64. PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, and some of the most influential games in my life. For example, this one right here.
PTO, baby.
I don't know if you recognize it. You know PTO?
I know PTO.
This game was my middle school and part of high school. And I used to rent it from Blockbuster so much that when my mom and sister saw this game at Funkoland for $45 used,
they went ahead and
called me up and said, "Yeah,
knock it out, baby.
I've already spent that much already." So
yeah, knock it out. I have a good buddy of mine. I never owned a Super Nintendo back in the day. I know PTO because I had friends who owned one and played the hell out of that game.
Okay.
My console, and I still own my original 8-bit NES, and I have a buddy I've been working with recently who started playing. I met him through Star Wars Unlimited right here locally. He's worked a couple of tournaments with me, and he's come on the stream. He comes to the studio, and we'll play cards down in the studio and do stuff. He collects NES games. He has he told me he has like 200 at home, old 8-bit cartridges, and I'm like. I said we could do a whole YouTube channel of just you, like me, just discovering all these 8-bit games that I couldn't afford to play as a kid.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely, and that's one of the fun things right now is being able to go back and revisit those games.
Yep. All right, Zath, we got a game. Why don't we check this out?
Yeah, we probably should get to the game, shouldn't we? That's kind of why we're all here.
That's kind of why we're all here. Let's have a look. Silk and Virtus, ladies and gentlemen. This is Asia, I believe, and it's Asia, right?
Asia's 2.
Asia's 2 and NA's 3 here.
Yes.
As we spawn into Land of Fire, Zath, talk me through the Silk lineup in green, the top of the map.
I gotta say, I'm excited. We are starting off with a Hoffman. With Lutya and
Georg Hoffman, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, check it out.
Let's go. And a Cassard. And then we've got and an Henri 4, as well as defense. That's Miracle Shino AI, and then we've got a Hindenburg with range. I like range Hindenburg.
Yeah, I like it on this map for sure. I think there's some value there.
And we got a Petropavlovsk. That's Lyco Recco in unique upgrade Petro. And finally, some letters in for Khan.
ZXC. We'll just call him ZXC.
Well, yeah, there you go.
All
right, tell us a little bit about the other side. Yes?
They have invested a lot of points in that Petro. Let's see what kind of work they get out of it. Now, Virtus, bottom end of the map. Let's have a look. Both teams running double destroyer, 4-cruiser, single battleship. Virtus's battleship is a Bungo, a ship that we had only started to see little dribs and drabs of coming into King of the Sea last year. I'll be very curious to see how they deploy this ship, how well it performs. Fronted by 4 cruisers. Let's start with Man with an RX-7's Moskva. Legendary upgrade here, 12-kilometer radar, of course. GM Schwartz's Henri Quatre headed towards the 10 line, where it will undoubtedly do good work. IFHE Henri Quatre. Ooh, check it out.
Yeah.
Getting good pin on those Russian decks.
Exactly.
Agent Tangerine's Howden Liu, unique upgrade. Probably going to play the inside straight, I'm guessing, here along the 6-7 line. Fronted by Cowboy's Cassard. Cowboy, one of the long-time competitive destroyer tournament players we see here on NA all the time, frequently in these events. Very much a torpedo build, as you would expect out of a Cassard. On his port flank, Cobra's Vampire Deuce, obviously going to move up here and try to play the cap. And all alone at Bzath, BP Fresh's Yodo. Very clearly set up as a torpedo cruiser to receive whatever push comes down the 2-3 line.
Oh, absolutely. He's basically all in Torps except for slot 6 with the reload. And yeah, it's a good idea. Pack a punch. Why not? But that's a heavy gambit, though. They're basically just saying, we're going to win C.
I was going to say, Virtus basically betting the farm here on winning C. 6 ships from their lineup here headed towards the sea cap in and around this island chain, this archipelago that works the entire eastern half of the map. Vampire getting set up to try to reverse back into sea. Can see these torpedoes coming. Knows he's okay. As the Georg Hoffman plate going to look like he's going to try to mirror this move at the top of the cap.
Yep. And it makes sense to send the Hoffman to sea. It's got the Hydro, of course. So
now Hoffman's detection is, let's see, 6'4". So Cowboy's Cassard can't quite pick him up, but we aren't too far away. I expect him to draw some extreme hate when the time comes, as an early Moskva salvo there, going downrange on Lyco's Petro. Both teams bringing a 12-kilometer radar to sea. That's going to make for a whole big mess at some point.
Yep. Cobra's about to get into the cap. I'm waiting for that tripwire radar to pop. Chat's asking where my Atari is. I started with Nintendo.
I started with the 2600 many, many, many moons ago. Mom and dad brought a 2600 into the house when I was a kid. Lots of speculative Yodo torpedoes going out. Now, I'm going to look at this BP Fresh's build. Does he have direction find? He does. So this is an RPF torpedo cruiser. That's an odd choice. No, I mean, it makes total sense for how they're deploying the ship. It's just not the sort of thing you would ever see, like, in randoms. But BP is going to get absolutely hammered over here shortly. He doesn't yet realize the amount of firepower that's going to fall on his head, but he will soon.
And now he's detected.
Well,
Here comes.
say he's lit. His torpedoes are going to pass in front of soon as the Bergonia shells are going to start falling in, and this is going to go badly. He does catch a glimpse of Destroyer soon.
Yep, soon pays for it a bit.
Another Bergonia salvo coming in.
Away.
Ooh, looks like it's a little astern, but he does take at least one big citadel there. The Henri coming around the corner, salivating. And here comes what has to be the reload boosted AP, and there it is.
Now it's his turn.
He dunks the entire first salvo straight into the ocean. Not led correctly there.
That happens.
Bounces most of the rest of it. Yodo's light cruiser armor holding up there.
I'm amazed he didn't like lose a turret or something, because the Yodo's turrets are just so weak.
They're they're very, very fragile. So now, very clear what's going on the 2-3 line. Virtus rotating, I think it looks like the Bungo back. Ooh. They do pick up the Georg Hoffmann. He was really caught out there, and they bagged that kill.
Yeah. That's kind of what Virtus is hoping to do, right?
Yep. First blood going to Virtus over at the sea. The big 6-on-4 now becomes a 6-on-3 as they try to get BP Fresh's Yodo out of here alive. That's going to be no small task. He does
have this island going for him.
He does. He can't escape detection. Destroyer Sun's going to keep him lit. I was going to say ZXC waiting for this turn, knowing that it had to be made. BP's going to juke him a little bit, take a little bit of full pin damage, and then keep cruising. BP's a little behind the Henri there. The Henri, the other problem with those Japanese shells, right? The Japanese 152 shells are so slow. They have such weird shell velocities.
And I love it. I mean, San is just sitting in the B cap.
Just chilling.
Just telling BP Fresh where he is.
They bring Black Ribbon back to kind of keep this Henri honest. Working so far. Cowboys Cassard here has not yet run into Destroyer Sun. Small health advantage for Virtus here in the early going, but they're at the risk of losing BP Fresh's Yodo here, as they have more or less cleaned up the area in the archipelago here in and around the sea cap. Now, Schwartz's Henri versus Hoshino's defense is going to be interesting here in a moment, I think.
Yeah, we always see the fun fight at the Fidget Spinner Island over here.
Yep. They do bag the Yodo. Kind of not unexpected.
Yeah.
Henri is going to take one of these torpedoes. Those are big, hard-hitting Japanese torpedoes, and there it is.
Oh.
BP speaks from the grave and gets some revenge there.
Nice.
Hoshino, Schwartz staring each other down here. Oh! Big
nice
hit up forward from the defense's guns. Can Henri match it? He can't. Doesn't get that there. Doesn't get any big hits there.
Bunny torp. Blink, blink, blink.
Ooh, Henri kind of in a pickle here.
Oh, Schwartz is gonna...
Can he dodge all of these?
He's okay. He's
barely going to make it. He is. He is going to manage to dodge them.
With no hydro. Impressive. Ooh, look back at A.
Yeah. Cowboy stepping in here, blocking these points. Cap lost to the opposing team, making sure that they can't hold on to it, or they're not getting points out of it right now. Now, Bungo versus Bergonia is an interesting duel, Zaf. Both of these battleships much more battle cruiser-y, not very well armored.
True. Very true. I'd probably give the edge over to the Bergon, though, especially in this particular engagement with his hiding away positioning already.
It's possible. You know Bergonia far better than I do.
Yeah, in the fact that the Bungo is not going to get any help from Cowboy's Cassard, whereas Sun actually could do some like 20-point maneuvering and get his torpedo arcs on Black Ribbon's Bungo.
Now, Tangerine's planes here might be impactful. Cowboy and Destroyer Sun were basically proxy spotting each other through the island. If you remember Warships' mechanics, inside of 2 kilometers, regardless of all obstacles or anything that might block your vision, you will automatically detect an enemy ship at 2 kilometers or less. Points and ship lead here for Virtus. 120 points and a holding. The B cap going nowhere. Both teams ticking up 1 cap each.
Yeah, Silk needs to find a way in. I don't know why Miracle's defense, he just decided to smoke. I mean, he's on Schwartz's Hydro. Maybe he didn't know that. He does now.
Miracle looking like he's going to... Oh, big Citadels there up forward. He's going to try and bring his single-fire torps to bear. See if he can win this duel. Schwartz is 100% going to go out here. Going to take the torpedoes and lose it.
Yeah.
But I think the AP...
Broadside.
Yep. The AP to the Moskva means that it ends up just being a trade. No real gain there or loss for either team.
Yeah, I think that's one of the difficulties, though. It's really a loss for Silk, right? Because they don't have the pressure on CCAP anymore.
Yeah.
It completely frees Virtus up to redeploy their forces over there.
Yep, the Moskva can now basically... RX-7 can basically go anywhere he likes at this stage of the game. Nope, all the interesting action is going to probably happen around the B cap here the rest of the way. Silk's
Cowboy's got to find a way to do something as well as sit in the cap.
It's just as opposed to just hold the points back. Yeah. Yeah, right now, Black Ribbon's been doing all the heavy lifting over here, and now he's starting to come under fire from 3 different ships. The Bergonia is going to have his starboard flank in a minute. They brought the Petro, that's Lyco, back over, and the Hindenburg is also taking pot shots.
That's right.
Cobra's Vampire Deuce headed that way.
Z's Bergon manages to actually get into Cowboy's torpedo arcs, which is kind of funny. He's pressing so far deep to try to get this Bungo and to get Cowboy pushed away. I guess it makes sense. Silk needs to do something.
Yeah.
So, fine.
It's on Silk to make a play here, right? They're 120 points down. They have to be the ones to break the status quo. All Virtus has to do is hold. Even if all they do is hold the B cap and don't let those points tick, they will still win this game eventually. It'll just be slow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
if I'm
Cowboy's about to be in trouble.
Hindenburg. Why? Is it the Bergon?
Because the Bergonia is coming around the island and he is proxy spotted. And those torpedoes are going to land. He's going to land a couple here. Well, just the one apparently.
Just the one.
But he's got to break detection, and there finally another good-sized hit out of the Bungo.
From the Bungo, yeah.
Starts to put some serious pressure on ZXC.
Yep, and not only that, but Cowboy does go dark.
Yep. They pull Cowboy out. They're going to let them have those points for a minute. If they can pick up the Bergonia, if they can grab this kill on the Bergonia and they're close to it, ooh.
Yeah, nice hit there.
That's a good solid hit. Then that's going to feel really good. It's that they're not going to miss the points that they gave up by letting Silk tick up the B cap for a little while. Black Ribbon's about to run out of map. Cassard torpedoes coming in. He's got more shells going down. ZXC is going to take torpedoes and go out right here.
Yep. Good play by Virtus, and this actually is the reverse of what I was talking about before with the battleship plus destroyer support. Silk didn't take advantage of that opportunity and gave Virtus the same opportunity.
I love this destroyer swap, Zath. They're pulling Cowboy out and rotating Cobra's Vamp Deuce over there. The Vamp is going to be a much better ship for contesting that cap. Now Gelbert's Hindenburg is pushing in. I think Silk is realizing it's desperation time.
Now, this is actually a play I was going to comment on earlier. I really feel like Gelbert's Hindenburg would have been better suited going through this channel while everybody else is looking at B and he's not detected. Try to get onto Agent Tangerine's side and just AP him to death. But it's too late. He waited until the Bungo essentially is gone, so now Virtus can just divert all their attention to him.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to survive to make this torpedo charge, and when he goes out, that will be the game. Those points should put Virtus over the top. Oh, no, only 40 points. Okay, so it's very close, but it will happen in seconds now.
You got it. I get set up for my death pick. So sad when you see naked ships.
Yep. Solid win all around. Virtus looking really good here in Game 1 on Land of Fire, Zath.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
All right.
2 kills for a man with an RX-7.
I still can't stop gushing. Like, I don't want to stop gushing about how cool it is to see some of these guys still out here playing competitive boats. It just makes me so happy. Makes me so happy.
Well,
irrationally happy.
I'm happy.
Oh, look at you. Look at you. All right, guys. Game 2 inbound shortly. Give us a few minutes here. Obviously, we've got to get back and change the map, and teams might change their lineups given that we're going to north. So slightly different things here.
Yep. Just a reminder, my chat was asking if we can just go over the point system again. So as a reminder, if you look at the rule set on my channel, that's a bot command !WMI. It pops up with the link there. You'll see all the different point values at one of those pages, and basically teams have 100 points to distribute however they want, however they wish. And some of the more powerful ships like Christopher Colombo are just, you pay through the nose and good luck with the rest of your team. So that's kind of the comment that Raptor made about the Petro. You can see that's 20 points, 20 points. That's a very expensive boat.
Yep. I mean, the Moskva wasn't much cheaper, right? They paid 21 points for RX-7's Moskva, but I feel like they got good value out of that Moskva for the work that it did over there on at the SeaCap.
Yeah, they definitely got better use out of the Moskva than Silk got out of the Petro. Yeah. But I don't think it's the ship. I think it was more just the deployment and how they utilized the boats.
I was going to say, to me, in that instance, it's all about the deployment, right? The Moskva having that 12-kilometer radar surrounded by 5 other ships simply gives you more opportunities to find angles, put shells on target, land shells on target, because sometimes you just get trolled by dispersion. So, you know, when that Moskva radar comes up, when you have 5 friends to shoot at what you found rather than, say, only 3, it makes a big difference. And we saw it there, how quickly, once they had the Georg Hoffmann identified and isolated, he's out, right? I think he made it to the second radar, and that was it. It's good to be doing this with you again, Zach. It's been too long. It's been too long.
It has. You guys have no idea, like, just when Raptor's like, Zath, I miss casting with you. Can you tell me when you're doing another tournament? And I'm like, well, Warship Masters is coming up. And he's like, I'm there.
Yeah.
And it was funny because, you know, I've done a lot of tournaments without Raptor in the past year. And typically I do those with Puddin. So then I reached out to Puddin. I said, hey, I hope you don't mind, but Raptor wants to do the tournament together. And you know, we got to make this work. And he's like, go have fun. Because for him, that means he doesn't have to wake up early or stay up all night. He did anyway.
He came into my Twitch chat a couple of weeks ago after we had basically said, yeah, we're going to do this tournament together. And he was like, thank God for you. I didn't want to get up early. He was just like, he was so excited he wouldn't have to get up at the ass crack of dawn to do this event. And it's funny, you and I have been doing this for years, right? I remember one of the first international tournaments we did, man, I cannot remember when it was, but like probably King of the Sea, maybe like 9 or 10. It's been a hot minute. And it was like, we were casting the international bracket, and we had to be up. It was like this. It was like a 7 a.m. start or something. And that was the first time we'd ever done it. And, oh man, that was rough. Right. So yeah, for sure. I feel that pain.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, when I put it on the calendar, a lot of times we don't know the timing yet.
Yeah.
But at this point, when I have my conversation with my wife, the question from her is this an EU timing tournament? And my response is typically yes. And she says,
Fine. Fine. Mine's the
knows.
same way. Yeah, mine's the same way. Ginger will be like, "Wait, is this one of the early ones?" I go, "Yeah." She go, "I don't care. Just do whatever." Cuz she'll just sleep through the whole thing. She just doesn't care. It'll be, it's 9 a.m. now here in the US Central. We got about 2 more hours to go, 2-ish. We'll be done. And then I'll log off and be done with this for the day. Done with boats, doing my own stream for the day. I'm going to go probably hop in and call a couple of Star Wars Unlimited games later on somebody else's stream. But like, yeah. But like, there's a big tournament happening in Chicago today. Your neck of the woods, actually. Yeah, your neck of the woods.
I know, and you're not here?
I am not.
Wow.
Clearly not, because I'm sitting at my house doing this with you. I couldn't be doing this if I were sitting in Chicago. But they were looking for folks to kind of remote in and do some casting, and I was like, yeah, I'll come in and call a couple games. It's late August, which for me in my house is birthday season, right? Dad's birthday was yesterday. Mom's is in about a week. So to this afternoon is birthday lunch. So I have a very full schedule, right? It's going to be a busy day.
Yeah. Going to be a long one too. I've got a long day as well. I'm actually going to a birthday party tonight.
Nice.
For our neighbors, and that's going to be a lot of fun. It's way the heck away driving wise, like an hour and a half. But
whoa,
they're celebrating. I think it's her 60th.
Okay.
I think it's her 60th birthday, and they're making it like a big deal. And they're basically making it kind of like a wedding reception. So like, you go and they've got a menu you can choose from. They've got an open bar, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, well,
now,
sure.
Remember, you got to be up early in the morning, so be careful with that open bar. I'm just saying. I've seen I've seen you around an open bar. I know how dangerous that can be.
It can be. That's very true. However, one of the nice things about the fact that they're celebrating their 60th or whatever is that the event itself will be done by like 8:30. So I don't think we need to worry too much about, it's not enough time to do the damage necessary. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh so hard. It makes me think of my wife, because we almost always have this conversation. It's very common for us on the weekends. We'll sleep in late. Commonly, we'll get up, we'll have, we'll cook breakfast, we'll have brunchish 10:30, 11. And then at that point, you've had one meal, and by 4 or 4:30, you're hungry. And usually we'll be like, okay, let's go out and grab a nice meal, go to one of our local favorite restaurants or something. And anytime we go to dinner at that early in the day, like 4:30 or whatever, my wife always calls it eating with the old farts, right? Because your grandparents do that. It's like, oh, it's 5 o'clock, it's time for dinner. I got to be in bed for 7:30, or whatever. And so you saying that just immediately triggers that memory in my brain, and it just makes me laugh.
Oh, totally. I mean, it's my wife and I, we always say we get along better with old people. Because we have those similar kinds of mannerisms, we eat typically earlier in the day, and whatever. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's funny. But you don't go to bed at 7:30.
No. I'm a night owl.
Oh yeah.
It's been
tough.
Yes,
you are.
Hey, now you're the one talking, as I saw you
posting
posting on Discord at 11:30 p.m.
I am too, dude. No. My point is, I know you are. I am too, right? Left to my own devices, a normal night, I will go to bed sometime between midnight and 1 and fall asleep sometime after 1, and then my body wants to sleep till probably 8 or 9 in the morning. But of course, we live in a daywalker world, right? And so my body clock doesn't line up with daywalker world, which makes me angry.
And Raptor takes naps, everyone.
I do, absolutely. Naps are God's gift to us all. You should all enjoy it. It's time for a game, Zach, shall we?
It is time for a game. Let's do it.
Let's do it, baby. All right. Why are we back on Land of Fire? I think our mod has made a small error here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm willing to bet you this game restarts instantly, because this is not the right map.
Yeah, nobody's moving yet. Well, the clock is still...
Well, the clock is still ticking. Yeah. But I'm betting this will be going back to the training room moment, because we should not be here again, ladies and gentlemen. Now...
It'll most likely then show draw on the system and all that kind of stuff.
Everybody should just exit back. Yeah, literally nobody's moving. All right, I'm just going to take us back to this screen here while this cleans up, because there's no way this game's actually getting played.
And I'm just going to awkwardly sit here and watch. Ah, there we go. There's the draw.
It's like, fellas, oops.
All right.
Now, I'm wondering, okay, so the training room is correct now, but I'm wondering what happened there. Zath, you troll!
I always do this. Whenever we have a draw like this, I always say close game, could have gone either way.
Could have gone either way. Yeah, could have gone either way. Couldn't predict that one until the end. It's all right. It's all right. Look, these things happen. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's so the room host just forgot to set everything up. That's all. Very easy to forget when there's a 10-minute break in between.
Easy fix.
I have Holsh in my chat saying, "Wait for the fun to happen."
Too funny. Too funny.
Can you tell we got up early today?
We definitely got up early today, because I can feel the slap happy, ladies and gentlemen. Woo!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
all right. Take two. Let's try again, and this time we'll actually talk about ship lineups, which can't have changed legally, by the way.
They'll treat and captain and all that. Yep.
Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 2 of this best of 2 series between Silk and Resin. No, Silk and Resin? No, Silk and Virtus. My apologies. Brain's still on last match. Zath, talk to me about the Silk lineup here in green. What do we got cooking?
Silk looking to take a game back from Virtus here, bringing a Marsu with Abanyu. A Druid. Sun is now in the Druid, saying, "I wish I had guns," compared to the last game.
Yep.
We've got III again with the Henri 4. Miracle Hoshino has traded his defense for an Incheon. Interesting.
With
Gilbert is in a defense. We got Lyco Reco in a Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rico, everybody, is here.
Puerto Rico.
And finally, Z has decided he wants a little bit more tankiness in his battleship based off of the last game, and he's gone with the ultra tanky Kremlin.
Now, that build on Incheon, that's outnumbered? Am I reading that skill correctly?
I'm sorry, Incheon is...
Isn't that outnumbered?
Outnumbered.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Up a game currently in the red, bottom of the map. This is Virtus. You're NA number 3. See, let's start on the left. This is Cowboy's Shimakaze, trading his Cassard for a Shimakaze this game. Backed up by BP Fresh's Yodo, doing good work last game to the maximum extent he possibly could. Here in the center, Black Ribbon's Poison, our second Poison of the day. Hopefully this one will go better than what we saw out of Resin earlier in the day. Yes. And with an RX-7 trading his Moskvos for some Murica and American Piercing. This is legendary or unique upgrade Des Moines, so he has crazy acceleration. There's that Daring. I think Daring is a very efficiently costed destroyer in this event. That's Cobra, working the bottom end of the sea cap, backed up slightly, about a couple kilometers behind him. That's Whiskey Leaks' Z52, long-range hydro, plenty of good quick-firing guns. And all the way on the far eastern flank, the GM Schwartz still in the Henri 4 here, taking some early shots at Plates Marceau, who is already diving the sea cap, Zath.
That's a traditional play we see even in randoms. You have a fast boat trying to get into the sea cap, get to that safe spot. A lot of times they get detected. A lot of times they lose a lot of health for it. But they do manage to go dark and get the cap. They just pay dearly for it.
Well, the problem is he overshot here. He actually steamed out of the cap and will have to reverse back in.
And now he's on Z52 Hydro.
Yep. Locked up now on Whiskey Leaks' Hydro. Not quite snuggled up close enough to that island yet to avoid all the incoming shells. Should be now, though. If you're Whiskey, I guess you probably hang back here and let Schwartz move up and deal with this. Maybe? Or do they even risk it?
I mean, they're trying to get... Yeah,
they got DM shells on him, but they just missed it. It wasn't in time for the reset.
The problem, though, is how do you get out of there?
Oh, and look at that beautiful shot on the Silk Henri.
Nothing doing.
He didn't get anything good out of that one. He's going to put some more shells downrange, and Those are mostly going to go into the island.
Yep. Look at all the torpedoes on the Henri.
Yep, this game developing. We're barely 3 minutes in, and just a mountain of action over here already on the 9-10 line between the Sea Cap and these two Henris. Plates just getting absolutely hammered in there. I mean, they picked up C, but it's almost virtually guaranteed to cost them this Marceau. Doesn't feel like a good trade.
No, he would have been better off just running away and turning north after he overshot the cap. But he didn't. Oh, well.
Yeah. ZXC's Kremlin continuing to now pushing in on the Sea Cap. Coming under secondary fire from the Poison. Presumably, they're trying to pincer RX-7 here. Check it out. Look at the Rico.
Yep. Bold play, but definitely something that has to happen.
They do finally bag the Marceau in there.
Mm-hmm.
Puerto Rico coming under Yodo fire, but that feels pretty inadequate. Rico doesn't give a crap about that.
Yeah, he doesn't care about that at all.
He's about to shove 12-inch American AP right up RX-7's stern.
Up the butt, and that hurt. And in the face, too.
Just like that, RX is in 2 quick salvos destroyed. One of the how do I want to phrase this? Lesser known. No, I'm trying to figure out what to say. Like, one of the lesser known vulnerabilities of American cruisers is that you can reliably citadel them directly through the stern at the right ranges. And Lyco obviously familiar with that, taking full advantage of it right there.
Right, and you can also oftentimes overmatch those cruisers in the face as well, which is what Z's Kremlin did as well.
Now, I missed it, but they also took out Schwartz's Henri over here all the way on the edge of the map.
Yes. So that happened right afterwards. So Silk is up a ship right now, technically.
Yep.
Oh, look at the other side. Look at Cowboy. Cowboy being chased by Incheon and Druid.
Yeah. He's going to run out of map, I think, eventually. That Druid Hydro, probably not enough range to catch him. He should be able to reliably stay ahead of that, but I don't think he can stay there. I think he's got to turn and run back south.
Now, Sun doesn't have radio location. Miracle's Incheon does. So we know he's pinging where, what direction, and Sun literally just has to sail that way.
Yeah, for sure.
They can't triangulate Cowboy's position.
Virtus getting much better work out of their Poison than we saw earlier out of Resin, but at the moment, down a ship. They're trying to burn out Lyco's Puerto Rico, but they haven't gotten there yet. And Black Ribbon himself in a very, very bad pickle over here, kind of in a 3-on-1, really. You can see ZX moving up, clearly going for the ram.
At this point, that's the best that you can hope for, is just go for the ram and be done with it.
They've got a ship lead, so they can afford this ram. It's not a
ZX
great...
gets a nice hit on BP.
They needed that. So the battleships trade out. A very common thing we find sometimes in these situations.
Yes.
BP still trying
detected now.
BP still trying to burn out Cowboy's dead. There's no way he survives this. He can't smoke. As soon as he smokes, yeah, he's toast. Yeah. Trapped up against the map edge.
Yep. Very good use of radio location there. And double teaming.
Don't think that Silk is going to lose this game, Zath. Looks like Virtus is basically done. They might yet claim this Rico. I think they're going to right here.
If that's the case, what's interesting, Raptor, is so far we haven't had a 2-0 blowout. Good dodge.
Of the ones that you and I have cast, we have not seen the 2-0. That's true. Little surprised that Lyco was able to dodge those torpedoes, but he was.
Yep.
Still pushes 10K through Yodo's bow. Does get it. Defense bags a kill. Oh, goes down. My bad.
Goes down. Correct.
Now, that's interesting, Zath, because that ties us up at 3 ships each.
Yeah, all of a sudden we go from, hey, this is looking pretty good for Silk, to, uh-oh.
Well, I mean...
You can see eyes on Henri like...
Yeah, but Whiskey's in trouble here, yeah. Okay, here we go. Now let's see. Okay. Whiskey
Missed.
Leaks barely sneaks away, so it's a question of whether or not they can pick up this kill on the Henri.
I think they can.
The Yodo has free reign to C, but I think it's going to come too late. If they can kill the Henri, even if they pick up C, I don't know how they get back into this game.
Right. That's the problem.
Yeah, they're 200 points down and still falling. Killing the Henri buys them time, closes the gap a little bit.
Two 2 minutes and 26 seconds if Henri lives.
Bloody hell! Look
That's a big if.
Look how slow these Japanese 6-inch shells are. It's just painful to watch these things fall. You could they have parachutes on them. It's crazy.
All right, chat. We're gonna make you suffer. We're gonna follow these shells the whole time.
It's rough. It's a rough flight. Well, you're the one that used to joke about the shells needing an in-flight meal, right? That's
Correct.
I stole that from you
Correct.
all those years ago.
You did. That's right. Those shells have an in-flight meal. I was just about to say that too.
They are absolutely going to back this Henri. He's going to burn out here in seconds. Then they're going to step onto C, and suddenly, just like that,
he's got a heal.
He's got a heal.
He's
the
got a
Henri
heal.
makes it to the heel.
Oh, and the Z52 buying the farm, trying to get this kill.
No, don't die, Whiskey.
Whiskey might.
Don't die,
pay for
Whiskey.
this dearly.
Oh, he gets him.
Get him.
Oh, I think he got a little cocky there.
He did. He got a little desperate. They know how close he was.
Yeah, I think he got a little cocky there.
But Virtus does get into the C cap. That will delay the game a little bit longer.
It's going to buy him some time. But they no longer have eyes on this Henri. He got down to 1,000 HP, popped a heal, and just kept running away. And now they'll never see him again. There's no point in him letting himself be seen.
I do want to call out and comment BP Fresh's Yodo play, though.
Oh, brilliant.
Luck Chuck torpedoes. Yeah, he Luck Chuck torpedoes at B. If Sun didn't have Hydro going, that could have been a different experience. Why not? I mean, the presence to know that is fantastic.
I despise Yodo, okay? I hate this ship. But it has been unquestionably a privilege to watch BP play it because he's somebody who obviously has put the time in to learn it, right? To understand how the shell velocities impact it, how to lead those shells, how to get good use out of the torpedoes. Because it's essentially a torpedo cruiser, and the guns are kind of an afterthought.
Yes. Here comes I saw this in COTS maneuver as the Henri is trying to figure out where the Yodo is.
Now, I don't think we're going to have time to see Druid versus Daring, but we might. No, 13 seconds left is not enough time. Yeah, nope.
Yeah.
Henri's going to camp behind the island, and that is going to be the end of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Silk is going to hang on. It looked like Virtus might have found a way to sneak back in, but losing the Z52 meant they lost those points and didn't have the time to find a way to make it happen.
Yep. Brilliant game.
Tons of fun.
Great series by both players.
Yeah, this has been
both
fun.
Teams, I mean.
It's fun to see teams like this that are very clearly evenly matched, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm going to get out quickly because we were late here, which means we might be late to our next appointment.
Let's see, who's our host for the next one? Let's have a quick peek. Twinkle. Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
That's right. And that's KSD.
Yes, it is. Got it. All right, let's update things a bit. Okay, our maps are... We are in round 4 now. Northern Waters and Sleeping Giant. Northern Waters.
Thank you much.
And Sleeping Giant. And Northern Waters. And what are we at? This is now...
It's KSD
and ZZHL. KSD
and ZZHL.
And ZZHL. And we hit the apply button. There we go. Everything updates magically. Ta-da! All right, there's our next match. There's our next match, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we may have been running late, but ZZHL isn't even in here yet, so we seem to be doing okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But it's important for us to just rush on over just in case, because we are technically 4 minutes behind at this point from the scheduled start.
You know what, though? If we're only 4 minutes behind in a tournament like this, I'm okay with that.
That's a good day.
That's a good day, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good day.
Tell you what, I'm going to use this opportunity to run to the restroom for a moment.
Go for it. I can entertain your viewers. I promise not to drive them away.
Tell them the tale. Go, you know the one.
Tell them the tale. Yes, tell them the tale. So somebody in my chat, we were talking about Zath and an open bar, right? And somebody was like, "Where would you guys have had the chance to have an open bar?" Zath and I have met up several different times over the years. Okay. The very first time would have been all the way back in late 2017. He came down here. We went to Let's Battle Tour Lexington, down in Corpus Christi. And then since then, he and I have been to 2 community contributor summits, one in St. Petersburg, one in Belgrade. He came down, he and his wife have come down to visit us a couple of times just on their own, like, hey, let's come hang out. Sure. We did a trip a number of years ago, back in 21. Hapa Fodder put together an event aboard USS Kidd in Baton Rouge that he flew down and drove over with us, and we attended that. So we've hung out quite a bit over the years. Open bar sometimes is in my house, right? I have a lovely, if you guys have hung out with me and seen me gaming in the house, I have Studio C downstairs. There's a lovely dry bar in the corner, and when folks come over to hang out here, man, it's open season. Mi casa es su casa. There's something there you want to try, help yourself. Like my favorite bourbon distillery likes to say, they made it to be drunk, right? So don't leave it behind.
That's right. That's right. So I don't know if you saw, I'm holding up, this is the pamphlet from
oh my God, look at that.
First time.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep. Complete with
that's crazy.
The map of the Lexington.
The map of Lexington with all the stations marked off. Yeah. Look at you. I think I still have mine somewhere. I know I still have my shirt and some of the other loot from that, but wild. Now, let's go back talking about boats for a minute, Zath. Talking about familiar names. Look in the training room. There's definitely some familiar names in here as well, right?
Yeah, Verm is alive and kicking.
Vermy's still around, and Special K. Look at that.
Special K.
I miss Special K. What a great dude it was. He was a great dude he used to hang out with.
Yeah. I'm in pretty regular contact with him, actually.
Yeah.
It's good stuff. He's good people.
Yes, he is.
So, yeah. So, should we tell them the story from the first CC summit?
Which one?
That dinner.
Which one? You're talking about the one with Chase.
Yes. See,
I tell you what,
we already know where this is going.
My suspicion is this game is going to drop very soon. So here's my suggestion: save that story for in between game 1 and 2.
Yeah.
It is a good story, ladies and gentlemen. We want to tell it, but let's tell it when we have the appropriate time to devote to it.
That also ensures that you guys are stuck here for 20. There's your hook.
Look, I'm not stupid. I know how this game is played, as Tyrion would say.
Wow, I'm loving this in-game chat right now. You guys are missing out on all the fun.
I know, right?
So both teams are readied up. There's there we go. All of them are ready now. So
yeah, this shouldn't be too long.
I'll let them know that we are ready to go. Bonks and Moyai first place in Group 4 so far, beating out Rain. Interestingly enough,
ooh, in Group 4.
Resin in Group 4, Resin and Throw in first place in Group 3. Ayaya and ZZHL are top 2 spots in Group 2. That's what we're looking at now.
Well,
with KSD and ZZHL.
Now, Rain and Moyai haven't actually played yet, but they're playing this round, so that'll be a good series to see. And then Rain and Bonks don't play until tomorrow morning, so you and I should try to sign up for that match. Just saying.
Yeah, we should. We absolutely should. And KSD currently, well, let's not talk about them.
I haven't even looked. What group are we in?
We're in Group 2.
Group 2, KSD. Oh, let's not talk about that. No, let's not. That's forget it. We don't want to talk about that.
All right. Well, They're asking us to type ready if ready. So,
come on, guys. Like we've already said something like 7 times. Let's go.
Start the game already. Like the old Age of Empires 2 meme. Did you ever play Age of Empires 2?
I did not. I have watched it and seen it, but I've never actually played it.
You can type numbers in a chat and it'll play a WAV file. So like, I can't remember the number. It's like 11 or something.
Okay.
And it literally says, start the game already. Or you type like another one. It goes like wood, please.
That's good.
Stone,
That's good.
please.
That's good.
Monk,
All right.
I need a monk. Anyway.
All right, Zath, here we go. Let's head into this game here.
Let's do it.
Bam! Game 1.
Bam!
KSD and ZZHL.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little spicy. It's going to be good times, kids. So, let's start off. I'm going to start off with the KSD lineup because this is interesting. For starters, apparently K didn't get the memo. Everybody else in their beautiful school bus camo, right? And then there's K. K's like, screw you guys. I have to be special and unique. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1. Welcome to Northern Waters. Let's have a look over KSD's lineup. KSD fielding a double destroyer. We're looking at a Barbiano. We saw a couple of these earlier on this map. It didn't work out for that particular team, but we'll see how that goes. Running Dazzle, Trash Panda is. Russo here in a Z42. It's a triple cruiser lineup. Friendly Shimakaze and a Prince Orange. That's going to mess me up. K running a defense, HMS defense, and Rainy Day in a Howden Liu unique upgrade. For the first time, Zath, a double battleship lineup. Vermicelli fielding a Kremlin, and Beesums here in a very traditional Montana build.
Yeah, that's why I said, ooh. But what's interesting is you got a special captain on the Montana without the special abilities or skills, or whatever, the buff skills. That's interesting.
Didn't pick those. What's ZZHL got cooking down in red at the bottom end?
Well, I just want to comment real quick. So Verm using Zemensky for all the buffed skills. Great choice. On the other side, we've got ZZHL with Kleber rushing as fast as possible, getting out the ores even probably to get to the A cap as quickly as they can with unique upgrade. Lucian backing him up with basically a full gun build. Pretty cool. Napoli backing him up as well with Pack a Punch, all, you know, your typical secondary Napoli stuff. And behind them, a Stalingrad. They chose not to bring a battleship because you can bring Stalingrad instead. Heading towards the sea cap is a Daring without anything special other than it's running Swift and Silence. That's an interesting choice. That makes him move a lot quicker because, of course, he doesn't have engine boost consumable.
Yeah, I like that idea for a British destroyer.
But that's at the cost of his main battery reload. So that feels a little awkward. We'll see what happens. We've got a Zhao with the unique upgrade. There you go, with the extra whatever the unique upgrade does. And then
I can tell you in a minute. Go ahead.
Behind it. And you just have the defense working its way to the C cap. And
so
Zhao's the A-flip.
Zhao's unique upgrade improves dispersion slightly and gives you slightly more range. So it's basically a blending of main battery mod, of range mod and dispersion mod, and at the expense of not taking either one. So you're not getting the maximum range, and you're not getting the best dispersion. You're getting a slight buff to both.
Right. Now, I could have sworn there was something else baked in with rudder too, but maybe I'm wrong here.
No.
Okay.
Not for Zhao.
Interesting.
It's all about the main battery there. Well, the early race to A has worked out for ZZHL. They've grabbed A. Lu Xun now sitting over there with his long-range hydro ticking away. Easily will avoid these torpedoes and just act as a tripwire to try to keep things out. They can see Ruzo's Z42. They catch a glimpse of the Kleber.
Yep, the Dow just hits the W key.
Yep, few shells falling on Russo, but once they lose sight of him, he is fine. He's pushing up here for the island along the one line. This island here, frequently very impactful here at the A-cap. This game on Northern Water is going to play very differently than the match we saw earlier because there are 5 green ships on this flank and 4 red ones, as opposed to the match earlier we saw where there was most of that firepower went over to the other side of the map.
Yeah. Yep. So Russo with that hydro, you can see very decisive. It's going to allow him to claim that island for the Dominion. Now, the big question is, what are they going to do with it?
Well, for now, they're probably, I have to presume they're going to try to work the Barbiano in to the top end of the A cap. The trick is his surface detection is high enough. It's going to be a problem. Yeah, it's going to take his smoke to do this.
Yeah. Yep, he's going to make Inky. The problem is he's going to get picked up on Lucian Hydro if he keeps going forward anyways.
He won't. He'll stop. He has to know that Hydro's ticking. So he'll slide over. There's a gap that he can work the top of the cap here and pick this up.
Mm-hmm. Yep, now he's detected on Stalingrad radar.
There we go. Now the Stalingrad radar is absolutely going to make an impact here. ZZHL planned for this, knowing that eventually they're going to need both. So as the Lucian Hydro expires, the Stalingrad radar kicks in and allows them to defend the ACAP.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's a nice attempt there by KSD.
Now,
yes.
Have a look at the 8-9 line, Zath. ZZHL is not being idle over here. They are pushing here at the same time they're holding the ACAP. This is impressive.
Mm-hmm. I've been watching it, and I'm sure that they said, okay, we've seen so many ships over on this side at this point. They know it's only 2 defending on the other flank, so we've got 3. 3 is bigger than 2. Let's go.
K's Hydro is ticking. He sees the conga line torpedoes coming in. They know the Daring is in the cap with them. K's going to take at least 2 of these, despite his Hydro.
Yep.
He's going to slide his stern out of the smoke here. But not quite. Oh, he doesn't actually quite get spotted. Well done.
No.
That's a tight balancing act to know where that line is.
Well, it's keep in mind, the spotting is the center of the ship.
Yeah.
So as long as the center is still within that smoke ring, it's okay.
His smoke expires.
Smoke expires.
Yeah, smoke expires. More torpedoes coming in. That's going to force him to leave. He's going to have to abandon that position.
Meanwhile, back at A, Verm is shoving his Kremlin in.
Yep. Kremlin diving the cap, backed up by the Barbiano. Prince Orangi now moving up to the island. Kremlin's going to take one of these torpedoes, but he'll be fine.
The enemy is about to win.
It's a Kremlin.
They do lose control of B. Not wholly shocking. As they're rotating the Howden Liu, that's Rainy Day. Looks like he's going to head back to try to help play the other cap.
Does make sense. The big question, though, is Verm going to take these torpedoes?
He is not. He's already turning. No. Hands already on the rudder. The trick with Verm, of course, is that he's down at about half HP.
Yes.
So, and his next heal is, his next heal is almost here, so he'll be able to recover a chunk of that health. So the question, I think it's going to become a holding action at A while I try to figure out how to break back into B, presuming that they even can.
And ZZ's already set up in kite away as well. They're basically just happy to sit here and hold.
The enemy is about to win.
Very interesting.
Yeah, the only one over here that's not set up to kite is the defense. I'm actually curious to see if Rainy's going to get a good shot on him. His smoke is going to expire here soonish, about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why Rainy hasn't turned around, is he just hasn't had the ability to.
The Barbiano gets a kill, Zath. He picks up the Lucian by moving out into the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Love it. Big, big kill there for KSD. They needed those points.
Oh, they do. Yep.
The enemy is about to win.
3 minutes on the timer, 200-point lead here for ZZHL. The defense now lit on Hydro. He knows somebody's there.
Here comes K's shots.
Yep, they can see the Lu as well. Nope, superstructure.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to focus out Beesam's Montana, whose next heal is 20 seconds away. And they're doing a good job of it.
His DCP is down as well.
Yeah. He's trying to turn, it looks like, to get his guns on the defense. 10 seconds on this heal. He's not going to get there.
Nope.
That's a really, really big kill for ZZHL. They needed those points. They got them. More importantly, they got the ship off the board, and now they retain a 3-2 advantage in the fight around B.
Right. So the big question is going to be, how is Rainy Day going to play this? Defense's issue is that almost all of its firepower is in the bow
forward.
and forward arcs. So coming in from the rear is perfect for Rainy Day.
Yep, gonna force LY out of position here. As Kremlin shots coming in from Vermi on the other side of the map there. Oh, and K finally lands some big hits. Now let's see how the stern armor on this thing holds up to the Dutch AP.
I'm looking left, I'm looking right. Who's going to get the final shot? Here comes K Salvo.
K's looking decent
comes
there.
Salvo.
Verm's going to get it. No, he doesn't. He doesn't get the big hit he needed.
Dutch oven misses.
They do land. They did get a fire. That fire could be the difference. It's not the difference, but it is impactful there.
But now you've got Rainy that kind of moved a little bit farther up than he wanted to.
No, I think this is I think this is a good position because now, for starters, look where the Barbiano is. Barbiano's picking up C. Like all of ZZHL is down in the bottom left corner of the map. They're gonna have to they're gonna have to organize some kind of push. KSD can then just slowly back out of A, although admittedly they're still 280 points behind. But that gap's going to start narrowing very quickly if they're allowed to pick up the B cap, and it looks like that might happen. K now going to be able to push back
on
in.
the Stalin. Nice hits there on the Stalin.
Now, I think they're going to lose Vermi here. They've chosen the right target to try to focus, but Kremlins are irritatingly difficult to kill in the hands of the right player. Vermi's got a lot of battleship experience. It goes back all the way to the beginning of the game, all 10 years of it. Let's see if he can hold this thing together long enough to get some cover.
Well, a question, too, about the Dow's Kleber. He was kind of in a spot where he doesn't want to be, can't really get his guns in the battle. He's just got to sit there.
Yep. Rainey takes a torpedo in the stern. Not a good thing. But now the Zal...
burning. He's out of heals and out of DCP.
Yeah, DCP's 20 seconds away. He's... Oh, you've got Verm. Verm's going out. They do finally bag the kill there. But they might lose this. They might lose to Dow.
There goes Rainey.
2 big kills, and suddenly ZZHE is literally less than 40 points away from a win, despite owning no caps.
That's right. Trash Panda, though, walking into the B cap. Should be good there.
So we're going to be able to... KSD's going to be able to pick up B. ZZHL, they're going to stop the Napoli on the edge of A here. They're going to have to try to get this reset. They cannot let him finish this cap. It looks like the Orangi bombers are going to help here. They do get the reset. But Russo has to give up HP for this play. They don't have a choice. They can't let the Napoli cap. And here comes the Kleber charge around the stern end.
Here we go.
Shimikaze's ready for this or not? His turrets aren't looking.
He's not ready for it.
Nope. He's going to dodge most of them, though. Look at this.
But the key is it forces him forward into the Napoli, and he
does...
never mind.
Forces him into the Napoli. Does he have the AP loaded? Oh, but the Napoli torpedoes are going to finish him off.
Yeah. There it is.
That's not quite the game, but it is going to allow them to eventually pick up the A cap. So now KSD desperately needs a kill. But they need both these kills, and I don't think they're going to get them, Zaf.
No, I don't think so either.
A close game, a narrow comeback, but it looks like KSD is going to fall a little short. Yep, 70 seconds now to a ZZHL win here in game 1. I think even a kill will not change the math on that.
Well, we might find out.
No, Trash Panda's turning to avoid... He didn't know those torpedoes were coming, but he avoided them anyway.
No.
And QJ is just going to make sure and die and just smoke up so that he doesn't have to deal with Panda climbing up his stern. Of course, that tells Panda where to look.
30 seconds remain.
KSD needs a kill, but in order for that to happen, they've got to be able to spot something. Trash is basically just going to try to sell the ship here. He's blind firing.
I mean, he has to.
He doesn't have a choice. 15 seconds. All the shells going in on QJ's daring here. Can finally spot him. Not in time.
Not in time.
Woo! Close game.
Still get a death pick.
Close game.
Ooh. I gotta say, I love these new death destruction effects. It's just so fun.
They are fun, aren't they? They are a lot of fun. All right, game one going to ZZHL. Not an easy win by any stretch of the imagination.
No. They had to work for it.
All right, let's see how these teams fare as we go to everyone's favorite map. Sleeping Giant. Sleeping Giant is always so much fun to call.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's over the years, as they've changed cap layouts and stuff, what I like about this map is it's forced so many different strategies to where you can take one map, and even though it's the same map and it feels stale, just changing the cap layouts oftentimes is enough to get people to completely redo how they play it. That's what's fun about it.
Yeah, cap layout is everything, right? Because the capture zones drive ship positions, and when you change the cap layouts, now I start looking at islands differently. I start looking at firing angles differently. I start looking at spawn points differently. It changes how you approach a map completely just by moving the cap circles around.
Exactly.
And I love what they've been doing for King of the Sea, right? Coming in with those King of the Sea configurations for maps, because it just makes for more interesting gameplay, right? You're seeing a map played in a way you've never seen it played before, and that's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, Trap with that massive quarter cap on the bottom.
Yep.
Amazing just how that makes the play
radically
different,
changes that map. Radically changes that map.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a few minutes. Tell your chase story.
Oh, yes, the chase story.
We made him wait for it. We better tell it.
We made him wait for it. Better tell it. Absolutely. So when we were doing our CC Summit, the first one in St. Pete.
June of 2019.
Yeah. Wargaming were the most gracious of hosts.
Oh.
I mean, they were amazing. They brought us to this restaurant that has a view of Catherine's Palace. And we're sitting there. We have our, the meal and stuff. And they go to Raptor and I. They said, well, drink whatever you want. So we, of course, pull out the wine listing. And we just start thumbing through it. And we're like, oh, hey, how about this Aussie Shiraz or whatever? And everyone else is looking at us like, who the hell are these people? They're just like, I'll have whatever's in this cup, And we're just like, I think I want that bottle.
What can you tell me about this Australian Shiraz?
Exactly. And of course we're in Russia. Russians love to try to drink you under the table. So of course they're giving you all kinds of stuff as they go. And so then they're like, okay, guys, we're going to go up now to see Catherine's Palace at sunset on the roof. Great. So we start going up the stairs, and they're like, just so you know, there is one of their special little vodka bars that's like in the staircase. So you go up like 2 flights of stairs, vodka bar, and then 2 more flights of stairs, and then you've got the roof. And they're like, if you wish, the traditional thing to do is you stop and have a shot of their special spiced vodka or whatever it was. And, well, you gotta follow traditions, guys.
When in Rome, Zath. When in Rome.
You just gotta do it. So down we went. We go up there, and I love it. There's a great group photo of us, and I'm doing the Hulk Hogan. And they're like, somebody goes, who the hell is this Asian guy doing a Hulk Hogan flex on the top? So we had a good time up there, and then we go back down to have our main course. And of course, hey, there's that vodka bar again. I guess, well, you did it going up. We got to do it going down too. So had a shot down there, go to the table, have our dinner. And there's a wonderful moment when poor old Eye Chase is just pulled over like this. Like he's had way too much to drink. And I got a great picture of him with a wine glass in the foreground. And he's just sitting there in
he
a
looks
Warships
rough.
T-shirt. He was rough.
He
was
looks
so
rough.
And he used that picture, actually, if you go on iChase's YouTube and you look for his video on the Naval Training Center, he used that photo of him completely doubled over as his cover pic. Thank you, Chase.
Yeah, for sure.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. The next morning I woke up and it was seriously like the movie The Hangover. Like my backpack was wet and I had no idea why. No, I didn't pee in it. No, I didn't have a bottle of water in it. I don't know what the hell happened. Turns out that some of the rooms had leaky ceilings.
Well,
remember Senpai? His video?
Yeah, but do you remember
water rushing down the wall?
Do you remember that night? That night was the night the fire alarm went off.
Oh God, yes.
So we all get back to the room at like midnight or something insane, and some of us have had a little more to drink than normal, right? I'm okay, you're okay, but a lot of folks are. Some of those folks drink pretty crazy, and then
oh God, yes.
And then the fire alarm, which sounds like a friggin' nuclear air raid siren, goes off in the middle of the night for some reason. And then we have like a 9 a.m. call time to go back to the wargaming offices the next day. There were a non-zero number of people who were not ready when the time came to go to the bus. Let's just put it that way.
I got this great picture of Fem just sitting there like this, like
yes.
trying so hard to keep her eyes open.
Yeah, just like, yeah. Hey, we got a game. Let's go do this, baby.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that's when they introduced the Naval Training Center. Is when we're all so gone.
Indeed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Sleeping Giant here for Game 2 of this series between KSD and ZZHL. This is a North American team. That's our friends in KSD. And ZZHL is from the Chinese server.
Asia.
Asia. My apologies. My apologies.
Are they? Let me double check.
I thought it was China, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's have a look at the KSD lineup. Sticking again with a much more traditional double battleship go. Starting here with Ruzo in a Cassard. And Trash Panda in an Attilio Regolo. I think they're trying to use this as discount Kleber, but we'll talk about more of that in a minute.
Probably.
Double Henri. That's Rainy Days Henri Quatre. And Special K's Henri Quatre, basically the same build there. Shimakaze's Prince Venerangi. And double battleship. Vermi is moving to Ruggiero de Loria. And Beesam's sticking with his Montana build. What's ZZHL going? And did you figure out China or Asia?
It is China. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, that's cool.
Yeah, ZZ, and it was China's number
3, isn't it?
I just had it up and I turned away. Yes, I believe so.
I'll have it.
Yeah,
I'll
China's
go.
number 3, and
Here we go.
KSD is NA's number 7.
Sweet. So talk to me about their lineup here. What we got?
Yeah, so to the south, ZZHL looking to turn this into a 2-0 sweep, possibly our first 2-0 sweep of the day, which is awesome. Seeing these teams go back and forth. They've got themselves a Kleber unique upgrade. Delny going through CCAP. A Brennis. First time we've seen a Brennis in this tournament.
Indeed.
Very interesting. With the Stalingrad behind, another Brennis. They're leaning heavily into the Brennis. Defense. And finally, Napoli with your expected Napoli build. So, Raptor, have you played Brennis much?
I haven't. I was actually going to try to pick your brain as to like, what the hell is this thing? It's an Henri variant, isn't it?
Correct. It's an Henri variant. I believe it's Research Bureau points. And the big thing about her is her guns are larger caliber and the AP itself like hits like a truck.
Okay. But she's still French, which you could see them here, right? Speed boosting, like we saw Resin playing this map, I think it was. Yes, it was Resin. They're going to run all the way to the 1-2 line with these boats.
Right. Now, they don't have, in my opinion, I think the Henri does a better job of overall, being able to do the damage, being in the right position, all that kind of stuff, because you can swap between the HE and AP, and you're very effective with both. The Brennis, on the other hand, the big thing is it doesn't have main battery reload booster. So you're taking that and you're just saying, okay, we're going to put it all into just smashing a broadside and that's it.
Yeah.
So I don't really like her that much in ranked, in randoms. I'm not quite sure that she's a great pick in competitive either, like in clan battles or this tournament, but we'll find out.
Well, the early double quick destroyer to A pays off for ZZHL. They're going to grab A first as KSD continuing to make their push towards the 1-2 line, mirrored by the push that ZZHL is making. The difference here, Zath, I have to me, the key for this all comes down to, can KSD get something out of these battleships, right? They paid a lot of points to field a double battleship lineup. They have to get value out of it if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, and Vermin Aloria is an interesting pick. I mean, it's a quick boat. It's got pretty darn good concealment.
Well, so and these are, if memory serves, this is 18-inch Italian SAP. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's ridiculously. Yeah,
it does. It hits weird. Like the salvos you get out of this thing just make your eyes bug out. Like, wait, it did what? You just can't believe it.
That's when it hits.
Yeah, quite literally. All right, Trash Panda's Regalo going to dive here. And, yep, there comes the quick smoke. Probably answered by what must be the Stalingrad radar, I'm guessing. He's going to lose a chunk of his HP for this play, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep him out of Thunderdome. He is lit there. There comes the Stalin radar, but it's about 5 or 8 seconds too late. They're not going to have any follow-up salvos on him.
No, so Trash Panda's been allowed to go into the Thunderdome. The question is, can they make it work like Resin was able to make it work earlier today?
Now, that radar also picking up Ruzo's Cassard, but he only took just a little bit of chip damage there, it feels like. Nothing really significant.
No.
I like what they're doing with Shimakaze's Orangi, keeping him over here by the islands. If you learn how to use those bombs with these islands, that could be really, really interesting or really impactful.
Yep, it's just the right amount of range to get over on that spot, and then also, as you can see, he's getting his shots in QL's Stalingrad as well.
Yep. Trash Panda's Regalo now onto A, going to grab that back and give KSD a cap advantage here. Down about 80 points or so here in the early going. Plenty of time left here in Game 2.
Yep. See if these bombs connect on the Stalingrad. A couple of them do.
Stalingrad hates fire, Zath. Hates fire.
Oh, yes, it does. Now, ZCHL working their way up the 10 line. You can see the Napoli all the way on the border. Was using his secondaries for a bit on Rainy Days Henri. Rainy Days like, nah, I'm out of here.
Yep. Dadau's Kleber has moved up to a very aggressive position along the D line, trying to get torpedoes in on Shimakaze's Orangi over here.
Yep.
His hydro's ticking, so he can see them coming, but that also lets them know that someone is lurking nearby.
Well, I was going to say, so Rainy Day's got... no, not Rainy Day. Never mind. I thought he had radio location, but I'm looking at somebody else.
Vermi taking some decent hits from this Brennus AP here. Nothing catastrophic. Well, that was a good solid hit. He took about 10, 12K there. There's another 5. They're adding up. And his next heal is a spell off. He probably needs to go dark here. Because he does... Oh, no, he probably can't.
I was just going to say he can't because the Delny is well within range.
The Delny positioning is very good there, making sure that his team doesn't lose spots on things.
There's a fire. How's that sap doing?
Yeah, they haven't gotten a lot of value out of the Loria SAP just yet, it doesn't feel like. And they're definitely focusing, they're 100% focusing Verm here. Both Brennises just unloading on him, now under 8K, but also only 10 seconds to go to his next heal. He might just make it.
Yeah, he got the DCP off at least.
He does make it to his heal. He basically just has to get on full retreat here. Now the struggle is going to be, there's another fire. The struggle is going to be, like, these guys sitting here help keep the back door closed so that they can't charge the Regalo in Thunderdome.
Right.
But if both K and Vermicelli are forced to pull back, that might not work out well for Trash Panda up there.
No, absolutely not.
We have had a lead change. KSD out to a lead here, but bleeding HP. Rainy Day looking pretty rough. Vermicelli looking very rough.
Yeah, Verm's trying to go dark. He's not shooting anymore.
If they get a second fire on him, he's
it.
screwed, and there it is. Yeah, that
That's
second
it.
fire is... he's done. Now, Trash Panda's come back to pick up this Delny so they can say, hey, your shenanigans need to end, sir.
Yeah, it's interesting, Regalo, though. I mean, I actually did a replay yesterday of the Tier 9, Adriatico. Have you had a lot of success with these high-tier Italian destroyers?
No. More with Regalo than with Adriatico. Adriatico and I, it's like snake and mongoose. That ship is just garbo to me.
Yeah.
I have had some success with Regalo depending on the matchmaking and so on and so forth.
Gotcha. Okay. Just curious, because me as well, like same experience. And I don't know. In a competitive environment like this, I feel like the Regalo just gives up too much.
I'm not going to lie, Zath. It feels to me like KSD might be missing an opportunity here over in the top right corner of the map, right? This Kleber and Napoli are very isolated, and they're outnumbered. Like, it's 4-on-3 up here. All they have to do is collapse a little bit, and they can probably pick somebody up.
Yeah, I think their decision for a pick is on the defense because they know where he is.
Oh, they definitely know where he is. They can see the Napoli now as well.
Well, that's the focus fire target for them right now.
Well,
shooting.
Ruzo's Cassard versus defenses here in a moment is going to be fascinating. Check this out in the little gap here. I think that was a LOL surprise get wrecked moment. The defense is charging their Orangi. I'm not sure.
Those folks don't have a chance of hitting.
No, they don't. Unless the defense slows down, which he pretty much can't.
And I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to force the defense to keep moving forward.
Oh, Montana speaks.
Nice.
That hurts. But the defense torpedoes have not been led correctly. It doesn't look like... No, he dodges them all!
Oh, dodges them all.
Now he's going to take a couple of... Yep, Kleber.
But wait, defense has more. Oh, 659. He's going to get him off.
He is going to get him off. And that is going to end the Orangi and leave the defense alive on 2,000 HP. 200 HP.
7 HP.
Now, the Henri shells are already in the air. I have to believe that they're going to get him in there because they only need like one to connect, and they do.
Yep.
ZZHL not idle. They're moving into A as Ruzo's Cassard diving for C now. It's still a close game. It's only a 50-point lead for ZZHL, but man, KSD is losing ships quick.
Yeah, Beezums is next out.
Yeah, they're going to lose him here for sure.
Once gone, that's going to be really hard to come back from this.
Man, it feels like KSD had a window of opportunity there that they let get away from them, right? When all of ZZHL over in the bottom left corner of their map was focused on other things, they might have had an opportunity to push these guys that kind of felt a little overextended in the top of the map. Turns out, not so overextended.
Man, if only they could have gotten just that one extra overpen or whatever to kill the defense.
Yeah.
What a difference this would be.
Yep. If they had been able to keep the Orangi in the game, but not able to do it. And Zath, I think you kind of summoned it into existence there. We're going to see our first 2-0 sweep of the day here on the channel.
I think you're right. With 6 seconds to go.
Yep. Well played by both teams. A very close game until late. ZZHL with some aggressive pushes late in the day carries it for the 2-0 sweep.
Yep.
Nicely done. That was a fun series.
That was a fun series indeed, yes. I have a feeling, though, I see a ping on the Discord. I'm guessing we have to get to our next one.
Well, let's get to it then.
In 2 minutes.
Well, let's get to it then. Let's see. Our host is Fluffy.
Fluffy TSYMQ versus Bonks.
Yep. This is the one we were talking about earlier in the day that we were really curious to see.
Do.
Hold a moment. Let's see. All of the pinging.
Also another reason. There's also another reason why I'm usually very aggressive with commercial breaks early on, so
yes.
that we've got
so that
the
when,
ability to swap.
As time compresses later, it's not as critical. That's a good point.
You got it.
That's a good point. All right. All right, let me get set up here for this match. So we have TSYMQ versus Bonks. Our maps are Hotspot and Land of Fire.
Now, this is our last 2-0 of the day. There's a possibility we can catch another if it runs late. We'll see. We might pick up one game.
I'm betting that doesn't happen, but it is possible.
And TSYMQ, for those of you who don't know, is China's #1 team. Bonks is NA's #4.
Mm-hmm. Bonks, of course.
All right.
If you play on NA, you know these guys. They're all over the place. They do all kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
They's everywhere. All right, I'm clearing up all these pings.
Taking a look. Bonks is currently in first place in Group 4, tied with Moyai. TSYMQ is currently in 4th place.
Okay.
So it's a very important game for TSYMQ because remember, the top 4 of each group advances to the playoffs in some fashion.
Everybody here, everybody ready. I can't imagine why this won't take too long. We should be right underway very shortly, I'm guessing.
They're asking if people are ready.
I mean, I got nowhere else to be. Let's make this happen.
Yep.
All right, let's find you.
Where can you find that game? Let me see.
I just got rated by TC Freer, baby. Look at that.
Oh, there you go. Hello, TC.
How's it going, TC? Of course, he won't hear this for 5 minutes, but I can still say hello.
Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Next match, inbound. Let's go. Short turn on this one.
Mm-hmm.
As we head back to Hotspot. All right,
and this
Zaf.
is our last series.
Last series of the day. Talk to me about the TSYMQ lineup here in green.
Yeah, China's #1 team currently in 4th place in Group 4. On Hotspot, we've got a Cassard with Abanyu, a Daring with a bit of a torpedo in slot 6. Interesting.
That is unusual.
Prince Van Aranye, with all the usual stuffs. Hao Lu with the unique upgrade. Another Prince Van Aranye. Petra
We have gone full Dutch on this team, my friend.
We have indeed. Yes, that's three Dutch airstrikes.
3 Dutch cruisers. Somebody's getting bombed.
And then, and then finally, the Salem. You think that they're going to try to hold or fight really hard for C, huh?
Maybe. I'll be curious to see how they deploy those particular ships. In red, Bonks bringing a 4 destroyer lineup, highly valuing their mobility here. Let's start off with, on the left, this is Battleship Nakato's Attilio Regalo, going for some range and gun reload. He is flanked by Dyer in a same boat, similar build, not identical, but very close. King Viper and Marceau, one of the more expensive ships in this particular lineup. No, I'm sorry, that's only 16 points. Z42, Optical X, going to make his play up for C. Double cruiser, that's Svea Desquarius over here, headed towards the 10 line. And 1-for-1s, Henri Quatre, headed towards the middle of the map. And then their lone battleship, the lone battleship in the entire map, Zath. Kermit Seppuku in this bungo with that beautiful pinata camo that looks like somebody threw up all over the ship.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Good times.
Now, what I think, are they playing the Regalo Marceau as like a wolf pack? It looks like maybe kind of yes.
Oh, absolutely, yes. The Regalos plus Marceau are really good at just wrecking face, whatever they discover. They don't have the greatest of concealment, though.
No, they don't.
So 7.0 kilometer being the sneakiest of boats.
These destroyers are not. I mean, the Z is fairly stealthy, but certainly The Regulo and everything are not. Now, what's fun is that these Howden Lu bombs know exactly where to look for Optical, and he maybe made a bit of a mistake there. He kind of got stuck. He might have been able to avoid those bombs. As it was, he still does avoid them. They don't even
That's
get
okay. They have more.
Yeah, I was going to say, they don't even get like a pity reset there. He's going to bag that cap quickly, and he's like, nope, I am not sitting here to get bombed all day. That is not going to happen.
Well, plus you've got the Petro coming in too. So
now they obviously caught a look at the Marceau earlier. He's down some health, Zach.
Yep. That was due to the Petro's radar.
What is happening? They can see the Marceau
They're
again.
charging A.
Why would you do this soon in the match? You don't even know where anybody is yet. Oh, Madre de Dios.
For the memes?
I mean, this feels such a strange strat to me.
You're like, wait a minute. These guys are number one of their group?
They're barely Bonks isn't, right? But
they're number one.
Oh, in their group. They've barely gotten any damage on that daring for all of that effort.
Yeah. It does feel odd. Very aggressive early play there.
Optical taking a torpedo. That feels bad.
Took a torpedo from what?
The Cassard. He took a Cassard torpedo at the bottom end of the cap. And now he's sitting in there while he's getting pushed by the Petro, and he's flooding. This feels terrible.
Optical is flooding?
Yes.
His DCP's available. Why isn't he DCPing it?
Maybe he disconnected. That's all I can think of. It's possible.
I bet he disconnected.
He's lit now. And he's just sitting. Yeah, this has to be a disconnect.
Disconnected.
Yep. Optical seems to have disconnected. Very sad. He's going out right here. He'll be dead. He won't live.
Yep.
Hilariously, you know what? The bombs are going to get him. Nope. Petro's going to get him.
Unfortunate.
Sad to see, but does happen on occasion in these events.
Yeah. Petro radar up. And for those of you guys who don't know, we are playing on the NA server as well, by the way.
You know, I hadn't even thought about that, but we are, aren't we? That doesn't normally happen. We've been playing on EU for these events for a while. Big long-range hits on King Viper's Marceau, down to 360 HP.
Wow. Yeah, it was, I think, last King of the Sea Internationals that they decided to move it to the NA server for stability reasons.
Interesting. Well, there are fewer players on the NA server than the EU server these days. Chat asking if we're starting this god-awful early tomorrow. The answer is, unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, my chat said, oh, you can absolutely drink tonight. Just stay up all night.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
This feels over already to me, Zath. I don't have any idea how Bonks is expected to get back in this game with this lineup. They need more out of the bungo than they're getting. He's got, according to the mod, whether you believe it or not, he's got less than 9,000 damage already. And out of a battleship, that's just criminal. And he's not going to be around much longer.
Not only that, but King Viper all but smashed.
Yeah,
Marceau.
like all he's good for now is holding on to points. You keep him on the board, he lives. That's sort of useful, but that's really it.
Now, apparently, Optical disconnected at the 2-minute and 10-second mark.
Yep.
2-minute and 10-second. Now, the rules are typically you have the first 2 minutes to call a restart.
Call for a restart. Yep.
Ouch.
Yep. Well, sometimes this crap happens, and you have to do what they do in baseball. You have to just learn to flush it and get on to the next one. And
this is true.
This game is closer than it feels, right? There's only 130 points between these teams, but I mean... Oh, the Bungo finally redeems himself.
Yeah, I followed those shells on, and that was fun.
Nice, nice. Well, and the Regulos are getting in some decent work here. They can see these torpedoes coming in. Orangi's still going to take one in the bow.
and seppuku down there. Yep.
Ooh! And the Orangi himself down to only going out. Bungo
And
speaks again.
His defiant salvo takes him down. Good trade for seppuku.
Bonk's not out of this game yet. 1-for-1, making a mad dash for the A-cap. Will be able to pick it up. The daring is not going to stop him. This Fea in the backfield, Disquarius making a bit of a nuisance of himself, but I have to believe eventually he's going to lose this duel with the Prince Orangi. He doesn't have... Does Fea have torpedoes? I don't think she does. She does? Okay.
Yes. It's got pan-European destroyer torpedoes. Very fast.
Yeah, he's not going to make it. It's not going to happen. He's trying to get multiple fires on him to try to burn him out as quick as he can. He might actually do it.
Work.
Oh my God, he does. Disquarius wins this duel. Just like that. We almost had a lead change there. And now 1-for-1 is into the A-cap.
Good positioning there for Bonks. They're going to grab that cap. They're going to lose the B cap, though.
Yeah, I think they are. But my God, for a ship that basically playing down a man, they are making a hell of a fight of this game.
Or you might even say down 2 men because of the Marceau.
Well, I mean, the Marceau, okay. When I down a man, I mean, they basically lost a guy to, disconnects at the early, right? For free, right? The Marceau, I'll be honest, it's going to sound like a knock against Viper. It's not meant to be, but like those wounds are self-inflicted.
Very aggressive early, probably too aggressive, but
possibly
he's still alive, which is the key, I suppose.
Yes.
Speaking of being alive, Nagato might soon not be.
Not be, and there we go. I thought 1-for-1 was going to pick this cap up, but he didn't. They rotated the Howlnew back, and they're making a fight of it. For the moment now.
Oh, there goes Viper.
TS owns all the caps, and now I think it's finally going to get away from Bonks here. Finally.
Yeah, that's going to be the nail in the coffin.
But man, did they make a good try of it, a good push. They got back to almost parity there. I do not think very highly of Regalo in general, because it's essentially a light cruiser in disguise, but it's a light cruiser that has only one real function, and that's to kill other destroyers. It's like all it's good at. 1-for-1 going to go down here in a moment. Dyer getting in some free chip shot damage at the Petro in the middle of the board. Let's see if 1-for-1 can make it to his next heal. My money says he doesn't.
So
5 seconds. Bombs dropping now. That should kill him. And it does.
And he gets Dutch ovened.
Yep. Well, we're going to game 2. Because game 1 is done. This is over.
Yeah. When I was looking at the schedule a couple days ago, I went through and I'm like, oh, this one's gonna be good because we've covered a TSYMQ several times.
Oh yeah, they're a great team to watch. This might be one of the few times I've seen them not field a Delny. More than any other team we've ever covered, they love Delny. Bonk's calling the wipe here. They're gonna try. He's just kind of trolling this Regaload along. Well, actually, they might yet pick up the kill on this Howlnew, hilariously.
I mean, Miles will get some more practice in.
Wenro burning and healing and taking SAP. 10 seconds left.
And his DCP is available.
He's just not using it? Okay.
Yep.
5 seconds, and that'll be all over. There we go.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! All right, we'll have to see if... I just realized that I had chosen the wrong team. There we go. Okay, fixed now. There's TSY and TSYMQ, and I chose the wrong one off the drop-down, so easy fix.
Oh, yeah,
Fixed now, at least, anyway.
Zathras fix.
Zathras fix. All right. Back to port for a short duration, and then we'll be on to what should be our last game of the day, here in just a few moments.
So I thought so. Regalo is the cheapest destroyer at 10 points.
Yes, Regalo is dirt cheap because
Yeah.
it's not really a destroyer. It's really a cruiser, and it doesn't get many advantages, right? It doesn't have radar. It has no way to spot other ships on its own. Those are the kinds of things that you want and need out of a cruiser, and Regalo gets none of them.
No.
Now, with all of that said, Regalo is a ship, in my experience, that's best played in a coordinated division or a group, right? Where you can bring along... Which they were doing, right? You pair it with a Ragnar or a Småland, and now it suddenly is a much more interesting threat. You have the opportunity of catching another destroyer and focusing him out very quickly with with that crazy SAP. But if the opposing team looks across at your lineup and sees 2 Regalos, they're going to have kind of an idea of what you're probably trying for. And a good team at this level understands kind of, I don't want to say counterplay, but they're wary, they know to be on the lookout for the wolf pack. Let's put it that way.
Sure, and let's be real, a lot of this comes down to luck as well. The Petro radaring at that moment, catching the Marceau out, King Viper early, causing some initial damage.
Yep.
And then Viper saying, I'm going to turn in and take more damage. Ouch. But, you know.
The continued push to A was really strange to me. That felt like a very all or nothing strategy.
I think they were trying too hard to make something happen. They wanted to catch whatever destroyer was in the middle, and that destroyer wasn't willing to play that game, right?
Yeah.
He was way in the backfield.
And
so I think that was why the Marceau turned northward. I think he was trying to follow radio location and saying, okay, there's got to be something closer than the Salem. The reality was there wasn't.
Yeah.
So, oops.
Yeah. I mean, again, they couldn't have known that at the time, but they had to try.
Right.
All right, well, we're getting set up for our last game of the day. Let's see, where are we going on this map? Land of Fire. He just put it up. Okay, Land of Fire.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, one of my favorite destroyers is really cheap, and that's the Druid. I love the Druid. She is just so easy fun to play, but at the same time, there's a lot of nuance to her. She's AP only. She's only got the 2 guns in the front. She's got the heal. She's got the smoke and the hydro, and that's it. I mean,
Druid,
she's just great.
Druid is another ship that really needs friends, right? She needs other people to spot for her, whether that's radar or hydro or just another destroyer. And again, in this environment, you can get a lot of good work out of a Druid. We've seen some teams field Druids already today. So it's an excellent choice for a ship. Let's look at some of the strats we've seen. Very commonly, we're seeing like a 5-2 split. If you take a Druid and you put it with your 5 group, hey, thumbs up. That ship's probably going to get some good work. You do not want to put a Druid on a flank with only one other boat, right? Because as soon as that other ship is destroyed or behind an island or knocked out in some fashion, the Druid is basically blind. He can't do much on his own. He really, really needs friends around.
Yes.
All right, looking like it's going to be a fairly short turn here. TSYMQ all ready to go. Bonk's obviously making some lineup changes here as we head to Land of Fire. Now, let's come back to the point screen for a minute, Zath, because you make an interesting point about destroyers, right? If you look at the bottom of the destroyer list, there's some really good ships down here. Vampire Deuce, for only 12 points, is a really, really good destroyer. It's one of the strongest cap contesters at tier 10, and it's only worth 12 points. That's kind of crazy. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a La Pampa yet, right?
Yeah.
Why would you pay 15 for a Shimakaze when you could pay 14 for a La Pampa? Doesn't La Pampa come with a heal? She has a heal, doesn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, so like that feels really good, you know? And that thing can vomit out torps like nobody's business. Hayate's a little weird for me. Hayate's detection is what really works against her, in my opinion. I've always had a bit of a soft spot for Hayate, but I'm keenly aware of
Mhm.
how disadvantaged the ship is in a lot of matchups.
Mhm.
Cassard is the one that we keep seeing that shocks me. I don't understand what people are seeing in that ship that I'm not. Do you?
Well, the thing about Cassard is her torpedoes hit like a truck. Even at longer range, I know they lose their damage potential, right? But they still do good, solid damage, and they're longer range torpedoes than people expect.
Out of French destroyers.
I'm with you,
That's
though.
true.
Yeah. I'm with you, though. I'd almost rather have a Kleber for the more traditional, blappy blappy. But I've seen people make the Cassard work. So it's fine. I'm not a fan personally, but you don't have to be good with every ship, and every ship doesn't have to suit you particularly. So
agreed. That's a ship that I have not found much value in yet.
Yes.
That line in general. So I'm curious as to what other people are seeing that I'm not. I'm just like, what is it I'm not? What is it I'm missing?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We don't want to be missing the game.
We don't want to be missing the game. Oh, I love everything I'm seeing already, Zaf. Let's do this.
Well, let's get in here and let's let everybody take a look.
Let's let everybody have a look, because this lineup is spicy. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Zaf. TSYMQ in green here at the top end of Land of Fire. Game 2, what do you got for me?
So we have Cassard. We were just talking about her with the torpedo build. A Z42 with its usual utility build. Stalingrad with reload. A Venezia with unique upgrade and range. Gee, I wonder where he's going to go.
I wonder.
A Prince Veneranier with reload. A Brannis with reload and top grade gunner. And a Burgon in your typical setup. Although he could have been using Honore for the buff turret traverse. Interesting. And the buff adrenaline rush. Tell us about Bonks, sir.
Bonks also going for double destroyer, 4 cruiser, single battleship, but they've gone a very different direction. Double French here for the destroyers. That's Dyer's Marceau and Battleship Nagato's Kleber, in a much more traditional build. Not a unique Kleber, noteworthy there. Backed up by Desquarius Green's Puerto Rico, ship that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. That AP is no joke. And it looks as if they're going to get King Viper's Henri Quatre headed that way. That is also a unique upgrade Henri. And Incomparable, Zaf, a ship that occasionally makes the odd appearance in King of the Sea or competitive events at this tier. First one of these we're seeing today.
I covered 2 replays of Incomparable yesterday.
Oh, she's so much fun. Double Hindenburg headed to Bizath, unique upgrade Hindenburg of all things. So
and pack a punch.
Yeah, both of these running 60, basically bumping up against 60,000 HP, and they will be somewhat difficult to burn out and kill in the traditional manner that way, just because of that unique upgrade. So that's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. Now, something else worth noting, Zath, both of these teams taking very different tacks in terms of deployments. Look at this.
Heavy A for TSYMQ.
Heavy C.
And heavy C
for Bonks.
For Bonks. Commence toilet bowl.
Yep. As Zath likes to say, the toilet bowl action will be strong here. Both teams probably going to be operating very quickly in a counterclockwise fashion. With that said, it's going to be Bonks. It's going to move out to a slight points lead here early. 1-for-1's going to pick up the B cap. They've already grabbed a C. And then we're going to have to see how the redeployments begin.
Yep. I want to take a moment and talk about the unique upgrades that we're seeing here, because we haven't for a bit. So we've got the unique upgrade for the Venezia, for example. That's in slot 5. So you lose out on the concealment. It has 5% instead of 10%. But you get an extra charge of smoke. Actually, 2, sorry. And the cooldown between smokes is reduced, so you can smoke more frequently with the Venezia that way. So it makes her nice as a real good kiting boat. A lot of times we see 2 Venezias working in tandem, so they can just constantly keep each other smoked up.
Hindenburg's unique upgrade does some very interesting things. It's essentially a giant buff to her damage control capability. She gets minus 50% main battery repairs. So if they knock out your turrets, they just repair faster. 40% faster, less fire duration, so she simply burns less. 70% flooding duration, minus 70% flooding duration, so she floods less. And then she gets better rudder shift. So it just makes her harder to kill for damage over time effects.
Right. But at the cost of concealment.
Yes,
right? So,
because it goes into slot 5.
Right.
Now, what is Henri's? Henri is the other unique upgrade that we saw that we don't normally see.
So the Henri has, it's called Improved Main Battery Loading Mechanisms. And what this does is it increases the detection by 10%. So not only do you lose the concealment module, but you also add an additional 10% to detection, but you get main battery firing range 5% better and then 10% main battery reload. So where's our Henri with that? You can see he's got the reload module in slot 6 as well. So that's essentially a double buff to main battery reload at the expense of concealment.
So already Bonks adapting to the push they haven't seen it yet, but they know has to be coming. They're bringing the Kermit's Incomparable and Dyer's Marceau back. There's the Stalingrad radar is going to let them know the Hindenburg is sitting in the cap and Dyer's Marceau is over there lurking, waiting for them. They have not yet seen Kermit's Incomparable. Go ahead.
Well, it's interesting, 1-for-1, of course, trying to be that trapdoor spider with the Hindenburg. Now he can't anymore.
Well, they had to suspect that someone was there, but now they know beyond a shadow of a doubt that info radar getting some good value.
Absolutely. So, of course, Prince Van Oranje with the Dutch oven does its thing.
Yep. Doesn't land anything, though.
It's still on TSYMQ to make a play happen, and because there's only 2 assets for TSYMQ at sea, I mean, they have no choice but to push through whatever trap Bonks has set for them.
Pretty much. They have no other options here. They're not in a position to push C, and Desquarius' Rico is actually moved up into a pretty good position to contribute to damage as this Burgonia and Stalingrad are going to try to push across his line of fire here over on the 4 line.
Yep. Now, in competitive gaming, we typically say that to gain map control, you have to trade hit points. So TSYMQ is going to lose a lot of hit points in order to try to gain some board position, specifically the B cap.
Well, let's see how this works out for them. Some decent hits.
I'm thinking not well.
Well, it's very possible that this ends badly, but they're going to try it anyway. They don't, like you say, they've come all this way. They don't have much choice.
Nope. Look at Dyer and Panda. French on French action.
Panda getting slammed around here. Down to 4K. Still lit.
Yeah.
Dyer also under fire here.
Good hits, though.
Yep. Probably going to lose Dyer here, and they will.
Yeah.
Panda going to sneak away. That's going to cut into Bonks' lead here as they're going to drive the Burgonia directly into the cap. But Burgonia is not a ship, in my opinion, that has good ability to just sit and hold, right? Like, she burns too easy. That deck is too easy to pen. Puerto Rico's got his flank. Desquarius is going to be able to continue putting shells on him.
Yeah, this is going to be an unfortunate situation for the Burgonia. The only thing they can hope for is proxy spotting 1-for-1 Gaming's Hindenburg. But
well, they've got that, but it's not getting them anywhere. And by the way, Dyer's last breath torpedoes coming in now.
Yep.
Is the Burgonia going to be able to dodge them all? I think he's going to take one of these right here, and he does.
Yep. Now, he's DCP's down for 20 seconds.
He's not flooding, but he is now back on fire again.
Yeah. 10 seconds for his heal. I don't think he's going to get it.
No. He's going to burn out before his heal comes available. And that's going to end that. And just like that, Bonks will be able to start ticking up the B cap again. I love the way Bonks has played this with the Hindenburgs, Zath. We traditionally haven't seen Hindenburg in these kinds of events in such a long time. But man, is they're getting great work out of her here.
Yeah, Hindenburgs are pretty darn tanky, especially at long range. One of my favorite boats to play. You just Turn your brain off, farm at long
Well,
range, and don't care what happens.
So, yes and no. Hindenburg is vulnerable to plunging battleship caliber AP fire at long range. But in an environment like this, where there's going to be only one or possibly even fewer battleships, Hindenburg can take a lot of punishment. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Bonk's out to about a 200-point lead. Up on HP. I think they're going to lose Chukwama eventually as 1-for-1 starts taking Cassard torpedoes. He's moving up onto the Stalingrad flank with his AP and getting good work. Because Hindenburg
moving forward.
Hindenburg AP is so good.
Well, and you also have D-Squares Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
So Stalingrad is kind of stuck.
He's hosed. He can't turn. He can't do anything. The Hindenburg AP is going to finish him off here if the Puerto Rico AP doesn't, and it's the Hindenburg that's going to bag the kill.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Fuchao's Venezia taking some big hits from the Puerto Rico, and now dead.
Yep. Looking
Bonk's
really
coming
good
back
here.
in this game saying you took one game off of us, and that's all you're getting.
Yep. They would probably argue that without the disconnect, they would have won the first game. We'll never know.
And that's very possible. Remember, there's what, 2 more rounds tomorrow?
2 more rounds of round robin tomorrow. So there'll be at least 2 more games just like this, 2 more best of 2s. Then there will be probably a break of some kind while we move before we move on to the playoff series, which at that point will shift to a best of 3 with ship bans and I think maybe even map bans. I got to check the rule set again, but I know there's ship bans that kick in at the playoffs.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make is for both teams, they're not done yet, of course. There's still chances to get points for TSYMQ. For them, very important, right? Because they're in 4th place. Bonks is in 1st place. They can afford to lose a few games here and there. It's okay. They're still guaranteed, most likely, to make it to the playoffs. But obviously, you'd rather start in the winner's bracket than the losers. Yeah, when 21 hit, never mind.
MVP of this match absolutely has to be Disquarius in my mind. Zath, he held that gap. He was perfectly positioned to deal with that Bergonia and put some damage down on him as he moved down the 4 line and then able to move up, duel to Stalingrad, get some help from his friends, win, and then continue pushing up and claim another destroyer kill. Nice game.
Absolutely.
Nice game. We only had one sweep today, Zath. Only the one.
Only one.
All right. Well, there is another split of the day. Not sure how that's going to play out. You think so?
No, I don't think so. Well,
I don't think we're going to find anything, but they've been keeping this hopping along at a pretty regular pace. But I'll let you go check. You never know what's going to happen.
Yep, I'm going to hop in training rooms as I do.
Okay, go right ahead.
Somebody said something about Florindi. Where is he? I don't see Florindi. Okay. They're all on Land of Fire.
Well, and I'm going to take a quick peek at signups, which apparently for day 2 are open.
Get in here, Florindi. Look for staff Florindi.
Okay,
now.
Hold on. Relax.
Azuma versus Error.
Hakuna Yurtadas. I'm working on it. I was going to try to sign us up for games tomorrow since the spreadsheet is open.
Error. We can do that after this.
All right.
I'm all about getting games, yo.
Fair enough. Who is this? Azuma?
Yes.
Versus Error. Okay. Who won game 1?
Who won game 1?
There we go. We were asking the same question.
Oh, you and I on the same wavelength? Come on.
Who could have predicted
all the time.
Who could have
predicted it?
Azuma won game 1.
Azuma won game 1.
Okay. Perfect. So we'll bring you guys a quick follow-up match. Have a look at the spreadsheet, Zath. We got to figure out what we're going to sign up for rounds 6 and 7 tomorrow.
Yep. Where's Azuma? Here we go. Azuma is Asia's number 7. Error is EU's number 8.
Okay.
Tomorrow, day 2.
I know who I was. I'm going to sign us up for one of the other NA teams we haven't seen.
Go ahead.
In round 6, and then in round 7.
Titan AU. Okay, good choice.
And then let's see.
How about throw and stuck?
I was literally just going to suggest that because, again, another NA team we haven't seen. There we go. Done.
Yeah.
And then
Let's see where
we can look at playoffs later. We'll
throw
have a
is
look
in
at that
first
after.
place of. Yeah, throw is in first place of their group.
Oh, okay. That'll be good.
Stuck is permanently stuck on the bottom. That's their name, is permanently stuck. It's kind of funny. Is there a Yaya? Who's a Yaya facing? HSR. We did that today. Oh, can we? Would you be interested in switching Ayaya versus ZZHL?
No,
tomorrow?
that's fine.
We already covered ZZHL,
That's
but
fine.
those two are at the top of Group 2.
That's fine. I'll change it up. Easy feasy. And I'll go take us off the other one.
By the way, Error is in second place in Group 1, and Azuma is in 6th place in Group 1.
There we go.
Thank you much.
Okay,
I think that'll be a really interesting battle.
Okay, done. Fixed. Easy prop. Easy. No worries. Dunzo. Okay.
Yeah, all due respect to Kite.
No, that's fine. I want to cast what we think is going to be a good match, not necessarily what is just like, oh, let's just grab all the NA teams. If it's going to be, if we think it's going to be a better match, let's show the better match. I'm going to step away and go get me some water. So give me like 60, 30 seconds, whatever. This will probably drop while I'm gone, but I'll be right back.
Yeah. AU versus Kite is still a good choice as well. But I don't know. We will have to see. First, you guys are stuck with me for a little bit while Raptor walks away, and you guys can all see Warship Masters in reverse on his screen. I have no idea why it happens, because he pointed left earlier, and it showed up left on the screen, so I don't know, whatever. I'm pointing left right now, and it's moving to the right, so that is what it is. Big thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Make sure you've checked your drop progress. You should have gotten your drop by now. If you are still working on your drops, my plan is to continue streaming, doing a little bit of a after party. We'll be playing Warships live. I don't know if it'll be ranked or if we'll be doing div stuff, whatever. Hopefully you guys can continue and finish your drops if you are just tuning in, just getting started. This is the Warship Masters tournament. For drops for today, if you didn't get your drop, you're probably not missing much. I've seen some people even saying that they only got one container instead of 3. So it can happen. I wouldn't worry about it too much. And tomorrow, if you tune in, you'll get a commander, and that we'll talk more about tomorrow, of course, after this game is done. But for now, y'all are gonna have to head over here. But Raptor is back.
Sweet, perfect time.
Red Rover, send SeaRaptor on over.
Look at that, perfect timing. Couldn't have planned it. What the hell is this lineup? Okay, sure. Okay then.
Oh goodness. Well, while you're getting set up here, this is Azuma versus Error, game 2. We didn't catch the first, but we got fortunate to pick up this game. At the end, as you guys know, we are very aggressive in trying to find battles that we can bring to all of you. So Azuma has game 1 completed, and Error is looking to get game 2. Error, I think I said, was in second place in their grouping. Whew, that was a lot to talk about.
All right, give me the green lineup here, Zath. What we got cooking?
Azuma has a Brennis with reload, Prince Van Uranier, 2 of them. One with, a slightly different build, but very similar. Defense, double of those. See, teams are starting to warm up to the defense as a strong boat.
I guess.
Ironically, the defense is very good at offense. And we've got a Puerto Rico with your typical reload. And finally, a Libertad, full secondaries, as you would expect.
Okay. All right, in red,
tell us about Error.
Error is bringing a double destroyer lineup. The only 2 destroyers in the game belong to Error. One here, Havoc's traditional torpedo build style Shimakaze, max torpedo reload. And Barkon's Holland here, headed towards the middle of the map. That is a unique upgrade Holland. I don't even remember what the hell that does. I'll have to look it up in a minute. I think memory serves has something to do with better heal, I think. Anyway. Lom's Moskva, the most expensive ship on the team. They must trust him very, very much. He's headed over here towards the sea cap, backed up by Weigreek's Hindenburg. Much more traditional Hindenburg build than we saw last game. And this would be Rightfully's Houdenliu, unique upgrade there as well. Wilhelm the Erst, that's Kainia here in the middle of the map. What is this thing? This looks like a British battle cruiser almost.
It's a battleship. It's one of the new ones added to the game. It's got Dutch airstrike, and it's essentially a Duncan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like a Duncan or a St. Vincent.
Yeah, but without, I believe it does not have a super heel, it just has a regular.
Okay. And then
last but not the other day.
Last but not least, all the way over here on the 3 line, all by his lonesome, is Guess's Zhao. That is again unique upgrade Zhao. Now, did you check on Holland's unique upgrade for us?
Yes. So the Holland's unique upgrade, it has a buff to its HP recovery. So instead of 50%, it can recover up to 75% damage or HP. And then on top of that, ship speed is increased by 8% when engine boost is active. So it gives it a better engine boost.
Okay.
And then finally, it gets 1 additional charge of every consumable.
That's so it's not a better heal, it gets more heals. That's the difference.
Well, it gets more heals, and it is a better heal. It's 50% to 75% healable damage. So better heal and more of them.
Harugumo's defense here. Look at this. Look at the slide, dodging all of these torpedoes. Well done. That's nice ship handling. He does get some bombs on his head, but he's still in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Azuma going heavy for this 9-10 line push, bringing Libertad, Puerto Rico, and defense to that edge of the map, stationing the other defense on the inside track here, close up to the edge of the sea cap. He's getting bombed and taking some punishment for it. All the bombs.
That's right. That's right. Here comes some more.
Lots of bombs. Double fire now.
Yeah, that's ouch.
Triple fire now. He takes some Hindenburg shells on the bow. And that is a very, very, very toasty HMS defense.
That's right. Unfortunately, with 14 seconds to go, he's just going to have to sit here and grin and bear it. And, of course, his smoke screen's going to expire soon, too.
Smoke's going to expire, and the Houdenliu is like, no, you're not going to get a break here. I got more bombs for you, sir. And here they come. And he's going to take some more bombs as he does manage to extinguish the fires just under 10,000 HP.
Mm-hmm. And remember, that was a combination of Houdenliu and Willem der Est's Dutch ovens.
Ah, yes. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah, good point. They're going to radar him now. Moskva radar going up. They want to they're like, I want to kill this dude. He needs to die. He's tucked back in there. I'm not even sure the Hindenburg could get shells on him with like a spotter plane. I think the island is too tall. But yeah, he's going to.
If only there was a way to shoot somebody from across the island. Oh wait, here come the bombs.
If only there were a way to drop bombs on him without caring about the island. And there sure is. And here they come.
Yep, that's a double fire.
Double fire. Back on the double fire again as he puts the smoke back up. More Hindenburg shells falling in.
Once upon a time, you could put fire prevention on a cruiser.
Yep, those were the days. Anymore. And despite all of that, still back under 10,000 HP.
You know, it's weird. I'm looking at the minimap, and the Puerto Rico has been waved off. It's almost like they're telling him, hey, you see where that guy is about to die? Yeah, go join him.
Yeah. Now, the Azuma push down the other side of the map is looking pretty solid here. They've got Barkhan's Holland kind of trying to stake this out. They can see the Prinz Orangis in the middle of the board and do a stern of Barkhan. I don't think they know where this Brennus is, but I think they suspect he's over there. No, they can see him. The Zal's got him lit. My bad. So, Air well aware of this push that's coming. They're rotating the Wilhelm de Eerst back that way. Defense.
Very good maneuvering by Harugumo's defense. He managed to go into the channel.
Well, and he does make it to his next heal. They've put so much pain into that guy, and he's still alive. That's well done on his part.
Nice smacking by the Willem der Est.
Yep. Wilhelm drops some AP shells onto the Rico there. Gets a little bit of good damage out of it. Nothing to complain about out of that salvo.
Nope.
So now we're seeing something, Zath, we haven't seen much of today, and that is the full court press. Look at this. Green just pushing everywhere.
It's like the wall of Stalin, but
yeah,
not in this case.
When you push everywhere, your opponent has to make very difficult choices about where they want to try and fight back. And in this instance, they're not able to fight back everywhere. Air does lose control of C, but for retaining their lead for the moment.
Hmm.
Wilhelm dueling a Prinz Orange here in the middle of the board, not really getting good value out of that AP shells. Prinz's armor holding up.
Yeah.
The enemy is about to
And
win.
just like that, Azuma now owns all the caps.
Yep. Air's got to find a way to counter this.
I mean, I think they started upside down on health very significantly. We didn't talk about it, or I didn't catch it, but I mean, with double destroyer in the lineup against a lineup that doesn't have any destroyers in it, I think Azuma's playing this damn near to perfection, which is, hey, we can basically push you relentlessly because we have so much more health, we can just bully you.
Keep a grid square between each of us and just press W.
Press W and dare you to do something about it. And so far, it's not working out for Air. They're about to lose their only battleship.
That's right. Ta-da!
First kill of the game. And Air just hasn't gotten the value out of these destroyers that they desperately need. They haven't gotten the torpedo hits.
Yep. That's the key thing when you take the destroyers is you're betting it all on hitting things with torpedoes, and unfortunately, hydro exists.
Yeah, just hasn't been a thing. Greek's Hindenburg fighting valiantly here at the bottom of the map, but looking like he's going to be the next casualty. In fact, Air are now basically herded into the bottom of the map. They do bag one of the Prinz Oranges here.
Yes, they do. And the other one is quite low, too. There's a possibility for time extension. They desperately need 436.
They're going to get it here when these shells fall in, and there they go. So, up on kills now is Air, but pushed way, way back into kind of questionable board position. Now the Holland, Barkon, going to grab B back here. That's going to stem the bleeding here. They are upside down 100 points, though. Havoc putting torpedoes out into the face of this Libertad Puerto Rico push. Let's see if it's going to matter. The Rico's hydro is up. The Defense's hydro is up. But I think the Libertad is not going to have time to react to this. He's going to turn, but I don't think it's going to matter. They're going to get the Moskva. Libertad's going to take 2 of these. Big hits.
Ooh. Yeah, big hits, that's not big enough.
Not yet. We'll see if they can put enough pressure on the Libertad to get rid of him. Game's not over yet.
So if I'm the Holland, I guess I'm running straight to A?
That's what I would do.
Trying to get a fire on Libertad, it just isn't working.
No, they haven't managed it yet. They desperately need this ship to catch on fire.
Now, if you look at the Libertad's build, he's got the DCP module, so he's invincible from fires or flood for like a long time.
Ooh.
But that doesn't help.
They do finally bag him. Puerto Rico Rado is going to go up and pick up Havoc here, as the defense is also getting low again. Not the first time we've said that this match.
No, it's not. The difference, though, is he doesn't have the ability to disengage like he did before.
No, I don't think he can at this stage. They do finally bag the Hindenburg. But boy did he hang out and make him work for it.
Yeah.
Barkon's speed boost is about to come back up. You know he's smashing that button. When they bag the Harugumo, they'll get a brief time extension, but they're going to lose the Howden Liu in exchange. They need to kill the Harugumo. They need to kill the defense before they lose the Howden. Okay.
And they do. Okay, so that's fine.
I was like, because if it happens in the reverse order, you risk losing the game right there.
Yes. Yeah, but you still have the problem of basically now you're dependent again on those destroyers. And the Zao.
Yep. It's now we're now into 3v3, but only 30 seconds on the timer. I don't think they can get to C in time. I think the Holland's going to get to A in time, but I think the Shima's not going to get to C in time, and that's going to make the difference.
Absolutely, yes.
Plus, you still have a radar cruiser in the game. And if you're a Shimakaze, that means that you are just, your butt is clenched.
Mm-hmm.
As it is,
there's the engine boost to try to make something happen.
As it is, Barkon's not even going to get to the A cap in time.
No.
And Azuma's going to pick up this game. Whew! They just kept pushing and pushing.
That's another 2-0 sweep. We only caught the one game of it, but still very impressive.
Indeed. There we go. Whew! What a day, my friend. What a day.
What a day. What a day. Some amazing games, as always. So good to be back doing this again, man. So good to be back.
I gotta say, I was really just, why am I up this morning? And then once we got into it, I was like, yeah, this is why I'm here. Let's go. So yeah, this has been good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow now, much more than I was looking forward to today.
The energy, the excitement, the plays. I mean, this is why we tune in. And of course, for all of you guys being here too. So tomorrow we've got the 2 groups to finish. The groups around, or 2 rounds to finish. Round 6
2 more rounds
and
of
round
group play.
7.
Yep.
And then we from there go into our playoff bracket. Did you say you wanted to wait until we figure out who's in what bracket?
We can if you want, or we could just go ahead and pick now. I just didn't want to interrupt the stream. We can look at it after later today. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities there.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, honestly, at this point, let's have a quick peek. Who is Group 4? Where is this? Group 4. Your Group 4 winner is going to be probably either Rain, Bonks, or Moyai. They're all tied at 8 points.
Very interesting group.
Group 2 is the other one that kind of hasn't been covered. IIA, HSR, and ZZHL also with a chance to win Group 2.
Yep.
Honestly, I think either one of the surviving winners bracket matches you pick up is going to be a good match. So I don't think it matters. I'm just going to sign us up for, let's see, who's number 2 in Group 1 right now?
I'd go Group 4 personally.
I think that's what I'm going to do. Yep, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to sign us up for the Group 4 match and just be done. There we go. So there we go. We're all signed up for tomorrow. Sweet.
Yep, and we can always audible it as we
Absolutely.
need to.
As necessary. No big deal. Awesome. All right, Zaf.
Yeah.
I'm going to hang it up for today. Are you going to keep going for a little bit?
Oh, yes, because I'm a glutton for punishment. So,
all right.
I'll do the characteristic spiel so you guys understand what I have to do in order to make this work, because I'm on a 5-minute delay along with Raptor. We need to kill the delay. So in order to kill the delay, I have to kill my internet. Yes, you heard that correctly. I have to literally disable my network adapter. I then have to Control-Shift, Escape, and delete or whatever end task OBS. Just kill it all together with fire. And then I have to reconnect my internet, start OBS up again, switch over to my regular overlays and stuff, turn off the delay, press the start button, and pray really, really fast that it all works the way it sounds. So
it's a mess.
It's going to take a few minutes.
Now,
it's a bit of a mess. Yep.
That's Zach's problem. For me, guys, if you're on my stream, here's what's going to happen. This is going to play out. I'm just going to stop the stream and let the delay wind down. And as the delay ends, we're going to raid Zath. And then all of you will be over there. So if you have not finished working on your drops for the day, you should still be able to keep earning them over there as well. Okay?
Right.
Cool.
Right. Now, keep in mind, I have to wait until the 5-minute delay catches up. Otherwise, it'll kill in the middle of the game, and I don't want to do that, obviously.
Correct.
So this is my waving my hands part of the thing. So when I see myself waving my hands, I know it's time to make the cut. And then Raptor, of course, is going to have to chill for a few extra minutes before he makes his
no big deal.
His stream ending thing. So hang out, chill. Thanks again, everybody, for being here.
Absolutely,
and,
guys. Enjoy your time hanging out with Zath, and we will be back together in the morning, bright and early, 7 a.m. U.S. Central, 5 a.m. U.S. Pacific. I can't believe I just said that. 8 a.m. on the U.S. East. 8 a.m. on the U.S. East Coast. So if you're one of our NA viewers, guys, appreciate you. Join us back in the morning, and there'll be more drops tomorrow and more awesome tournament action tomorrow. So it should be good times.
Yes, tomorrow you can get a British commander and the awesome, awesome paid actor flag.
Paid actor flag is so cool. I love that thing.
It is. It really
All
is.
right, man. I'm going to hit the outro button, and I'll raid you when the countdown catches up. In the meantime, guys, y'all have fun with Zath, and we'll catch you later.
Sounds great. Thank you.